Hello, welcome and welcome back. This is Jacob and today we are gonna be continuing and finishing off the narration and character voice acting for the side story Zwillingstürme im Herbst. Alright everybody, this is always gonna be a large episode. The finales for stories are always large. But before we go into any of that, to anybody who bumps into the narration through this very episode, the playlist is linked in the description of the video, but also down below in the pinned comment in the comment section below. So just hit up the playlist and enjoy the story from the beginning. And thank you. Speaking of thank yous, thank you very much for all the likes and the comments on the previous episode, and of course throughout this whole series and in general. Thank you guys so much, really helping me out there. And I saw a bunch of new people coming into the channel through this episode as well, so welcome on board, officially. But yeah, this is gonna be a long one. Oh boy. More on that, more on the woes of recording this long one when we get to the outro, because I will be talking about the story at the end today in the outro. Oh, and as a quick reminder, this is not the final episode in the series technically, because the bonus episode will also be coming out later in the week, which will include stuff like the investigations and the music and some other things here and there from this whole thing in general, but also that one is gonna be starting off with the operator record for Virtuosa, aka Arturia, because this episode is already stupidly large and I just couldn't bring myself to fit that thing as well in on top of it, so it will be provided in the bonus episode just to make my life easier. Like I said, I'm gonna be talking about the woes of recording this side story when we get to the end, because oh boy, I had fun, but oh my god. Yeah, that will be for the end. For now, let's do the quick recap of the previous part. For those of you who want to skip, timestamp as always is down below in the pinned comment. But anyway, on the last part we began where we left off, with the realization that Cora is the actual master behind what is happening, and the concert master that was orchestrating essentially the remnants of the Witch King around, but also tempering with the Gilden's melody and stuff like that. On top of it, we also saw that Virtuosa, aka Arturia, escaped from prison and was doing her own little thing, including going to the top of the tower, overseeing the amphitheater, and pretty much just listening to the music of the people themselves, rather, while Viviana had to deal with the fact that she just discovered that Cora is the titular bad guy essentially behind all of the stuff, and makes the decision on the spot to end essentially her life, as she is one of the voices, or rather the potential voice for the Empresses. But in doing so, nothing really changed. The music kept going, the chaos around them kept going, everybody's pretty much being influenced by the tempered with Gilden's music, and Arturia fetches the final piece of music, essentially from Cora's death and the Gesetzeswächter Brand, as she composes the final music and starts playing her own tune. But not before in the tower itself, as we see Viviana and Federico meet with Ebenholz, and they have a tiny little meeting of, hey, you're an operator of Rhode Island, I am an operator. Meanwhile, Viviana just smiles right next to them. Oh, I know some people from there. Trust me, Viviana, you'll be there soon. But anyway, we continued on with Virtuosa finishing her piece of music, playing it, and as she does, a big giant gaping portal opens up in the sky above the towers, and we see a glimpse into another dimension. And in the other dimension, on the other side, we literally see a giant black tower that is pretty much placed in between the two ones that we see right now here in the menu. And it is the very same tower that once resided the Witch King. And as the portal opens, several people get dragged over in the other dimension. Some of them go over willingly, like Fremont, but Virtuosa, aka Arturia, Viviana, Federico and Ebenholz all get dragged into the dimension and land on the other side. Some of them finding themselves in a very crazy looking spiral staircase through which they have to thread, while others are in their own little places in the void, in the nothingness essentially. They soon discover that they are in a place called Kargereich, which is essentially a spot in this void that the Witch King has constructed for himself all those years ago for some purpose, and multiple architecture pieces from just history of Leithanien are thrown throughout the place. Yet they can't always be perceived by everybody else until they can. It's just a weird dimension. That is what it is. But as things are going, Viviana seems to be running into several doors throughout the staircase that she is going through, and as she is going through them, she is constantly landing in a what-if scenario of her past, in which she is reliving her early childhood, but something went in a different way, and it's usually always around the what-if scenario of her father getting together with her mother before he had to go back to become a Kurfürst 23 years ago, essentially. And she sees different dimensions in which her younger self is essentially happy, is around her parents, but in pretty much every single one of the variations, something eventually has to go bad, or already went bad, and either one or both of her parents are already dead, or she has to witness one of their parents dying. Meanwhile, Ebenholz is on his own little journey together with Fremont, and so is Federico and Arturia, who seem to run into the same individual. As it gets discovered, the individual in question that they run, the young woman that they run into, is none other than Julia Schüler, a young woman that disappeared several years ago and that Loris Borden was trying to find out what happened to her, but could never do so. And after he passed away, Federico picked up the case to find out what happened, and as it so happens, he is now discovering what actually happened during that time several years ago. Arturia, on the other hand, realizes while being in Kargereich, she's incapable of using her music. She cannot perform others, cannot perceive others. It seems to be like her empathy is completely shut off, and her arts are not working. But she's interacting, just like Federico, with a copy of Julia Schüler, and just to clarify, every single one of them is seeing the same Julia. It's not that the same Julia is... that they can't perceive each other there being interacting with Julia, no. Every single version of Julia that is interacting with every single one of them is essentially the same person, as it becomes indicative of the fact that they all know what the other ones are doing. Kinda think almost hive mind, but not. But essentially, as Arturia is interacting with her and is helping her do some maintenance with arts around the place that Julia is perceiving to be, and that would be her very own home street, after the arts around them activates, Arturia does realize that where she is and what she has to do and where the Witch King is. She proceeds to essentially bow to the Witch King and finds herself pretty much in his throne room and is pretty much face to face with the big guy at this point. Meanwhile, Ebenholz, like I said, is on his own journey, and we're going to discover where that journey is going to lead him through this episode, and also how Fremont, who is there present and has also attacked Arturia upon finding her in there, but failed to do so, with a tiny little interference from Julia being there. But he is also there, and we shall see what will transpire in today's part. So, let us proceed, because we are in dimensional shenanigans. So then, we're gonna continue from stage number 9, titled Fantasia, the Gift. Written by Ludwig, Kurfürst of Einwald. May all questions be answered in the end. Let's proceed. Herr Giallo, Frau Droste? Ebenholz is uncertain when he got separated from the others. Crumbling structures fall periodically from above, and the stairs beneath his feet spiral endlessly. He can only move forward. He is alone, indefatigable. Illusions of Witch King's echoes appear. You are despicable, Ebenholz. You've interfered in our judgment, wasted our time and hindered our cause. You're practically the worst sinner there is. Forgive me if I don't look as sorry as I feel. So would you join us for an audience with His Majesty now, or would you seek to prevent his return to the mundane world? You do not have what it takes. You could not do it. That should have been clear long ago. We should have known. It's obvious. His Majesty's blood is so strong, his soul so tenacious. The voice of Mundane was but a byproduct of his music, and yet it alone had brought you to your knees with the pain it inflicts. You were born weak, far too weak to live up to any expectations. That is to say, you're the ones forcing those wretched noises into my mind. Then in the end, is it me who bears responsibility for all of this? Huh. You should be thankful, Ebenholz. Should they have known from the beginning that the voice of Mundane wasn't the key to His Majesty's inheritance, would the twins have granted you the title of Graf Urtica? No, even before then, you'd have died in the cradle. You should take pride in your title, but more than that, you should be ashamed of it. Yeah, I feel the same. And so, begone! More illusions appear. You are hateful, Ebenholz. How many died under the Witch King's tyranny? How many disappeared without a trace? Leithanien is scared, and even 23 years later the wounds are still bleeding. Verdammt! Only for the tyrant to die silently one night, never knowing any proper justice! And you, his last remaining descendant, you were born with the mark of sin in your blood. You should atone for it. Atone for all he did to Leithanien. What right do you have to live a comfortable life, Ebenholz, all while mocking yourself as an obvious nobody? I despise this sin-tainted blood each and every day, the same as you do. No, you have no idea the evil it has wrought. Those remnants steal into Urtica again and again, encircling your spire like flies to rotting meat. My youngest son had only just joined the security forces when he found their trail. His corpse bobbed in a ravine for 3 days before they found it, all while you hid away in your spire. Do you even know the size of the Urtica domain? What crops it produces? How often the tax collector comes from the capital? What disasters the land has suffered in the recent years? There is no Landsherr more hateful than you, your illustrious highness. Ugh. An illusion of Beagler appears. Stop, go no further. The braver you are, the more ridiculous you look. You are pitiful, Ebenholz. Do you remember Gertrude? Before she died, she left some real nasty curses. She cursed Weisheim, Leithanien, the Witch King, and she cursed you. Her curse was, word for word, may the madness of Ebenholz's bloodline haunt him forever. When you came back to Zwillingstürme, I thought to myself, damn, that madwoman's curse really came to pass. That stubborn kid couldn't escape the vortex of fate. Of course, he would never give in to fate, but this time he'll have to fall into madness to break free from it. You should feel relieved, shouldn't you? The voice of mundane has troubled you for over a decade, but even more than resisting it, you've been carefully guarding it. You were guarding a bomb, afraid that it would blow at any moment, afraid that the wrong people could use it to hurt the innocent. That was a heavy burden, an extraordinary fate. But in the end it was just noise, a totally non-lethal headache. Go home, Ebenholz. Gertrude's curse has already fizzled. 9. I can't bear it. Because this is an even more debilitating curse? In the end, your struggle isn't even worth mentioning. Your resistance is meaningless. Those who sacrifice themselves for this, those tears and smiles you've carried in your mind forever, how will you face them? You've come to realize that trust, pity, understanding, mutual reliance, all those incredibly beautiful emotions, they're not precious because they're rare. But they can suddenly turn so light, so weightless. Like a joke. Yeah, a joke. How could they be a joke? He looks to the spire. Huh, I knew it. I knew you'd be here. You've been dead so long, but you still fantasize about letting this wicked spire descend upon Leithanien again. You won't succeed. I will use all my arts, wave my wand until it breaks, manipulate my originium dice until they shatter. If you still have flesh, I will destroy it. If you still have a soul, I will annihilate it. I will interrogate you, curse you, and I will kill you. Witch King! Franz, do not touch the notes in the air. The witchcraft I integrated into the melody here, which I have deleted, still contains a terrible power that will last until it completely dissipates. Calm your emotions, evade the will of the ancients from a millennium ago. Do not let your mind be distracted. Ebenholz tightens his grip on his wand, but cannot say a word. He has read all about the Witch King. Not too long ago he was even imprisoned in this room. He knows his history. The notes flow slowly about the place. The melody known as Syracusa is leaving the movement that is Leithanien. He hears what sounds like the booming of loud thunder, pouring rain, and surging wind. The will of Leithanien has turned into a power that matches heaven and earth, washing repeatedly over the small room. Even standing at the door, the surging energy presses firmly against his heartbeat. The man at the center of the room does not turn to look at him. He is focused and proud. He is a reef that stands above the turbulent waves. Ebenholz cannot help but suspect he has come to the wrong place. This looks more like the fateful night of a certain composer, or a most passionate lecture by a historian. There is no hatred here, no destiny, nowhere to place his anger. Ebenholz suddenly realizes one thing. He has never truly seen the Witch King in all his life. Not even in his most terrifying nightmares. Vraiment, you're late again. I don't recall you being such a popular teacher. Did you find yourself waylaid by a crowd of students? First, if a teacher's temperament makes you hesitate in the face of knowledge, that means nothing more than that these youths claiming to be Leithanien's finest are in fact fit only to tend the ivy that climbs her spires. Secondly, it is Ludwig's Universität, not you, that grants me my scholarly stipend each month. I am not at your beck and call. Or should I not talk back to His Majesty the Great Hakonsson like this?
This isn't the first time, nor will it be the last. Next month, Kurfürsten from across the land will begin to arrive in Vidunian. Time is running out from all. I hope that when their audiences conclude, they will each take copies of the amended Guldenesgesetz back to their respective Kreis.
You are known far and wide as an exceptional monarch, even called a once-in-a-millennium ruler by these sheep and deer. Are you really so eager to set your own prestige in stone? What's next? Bringing the Kurfürsten's armies and civic powers under the direct control of the Imperial Spire?
We've already discussed this.
When I first arrived in Leithanien, the Kaiser at the time was already troubled by the Syracusan question. How long has it been? Now the wolf pups dare not make but slightly bigger moves. You've only just ascended. Why not take some time to choose your robes for the upcoming ceremony?
I've already chosen. Are you still worried that amending the Guldenesgesetz and the accompanying policies could plunge the realm into unforeseen turmoil?
I don't care what happens to Leithanien, but moving my library would be a tremendous pain. You've been studying the movement ever since you became Kurfürst of Einwald. We both know precisely what it is and why no one dared consider amending it for 1,000 years. The three main sections, the tenfold melody woven into one, it's a truly superior piece of witchcraft, created by the arts masters of a prior millennium. It is the supreme will of Leithanien infused with the power of countless sages into the creation, contemplation, and protection of this land. It is as close as we could possibly come to eternity.
Eternity? Setting aside the Minoan philosophers musing on the question of whether or not a man can step into the same river twice, I think only the liches are practically fond of using that word. And only you people truly understand its meaning. Eternity, the immutable, the immovable. But eternity does not mean immortality. Indeed, the sages who created the movement 1,000 years ago accomplished an impossible feat. That is when this land came to be known as Leithanien, but it's more than just the name of a country. The idea of Leithanien is what allows the people here to both prosper and suffer together, engraving elegance, harmony, morality, and beauty into every breath we take. They of a millennium ago crafted a superior version of the country, making Leithanien into a truth of the land. But all truths eventually decay, and our current friction with Syracusa is the greatest proof of that. But I will bring a better future to Leithanien.
The new Leithanian ruler produces the movement and looks at the lich. Eternity, immortality. Hakonsson's voice is not heavy, but Framaw hears these hefty words shatter and reassemble between his lips and teeth. How arrogant of you! How very Hakonssson! But how can you ensure that Leithanien under your rule won't face even greater crises? That the future you're bringing will be truly immortal? There is no composition that can't be written, no art that can't be surpassed, no will that can't be overcome, no unknown that can't be conquered.
Immortality lies in renewal. To this day, both the ocean and the sky remain shrouded in the fog of cognition, and this continent is the limit of what Terrans can know and perceive. But the knowledge you've shared tells us that even the loftiest clouds and deepest sea trenches are nothing but reality imprisoned by time and space. And beyond this reality there exists another side of the world, a realm of emptiness, elusive and dangerous. If the questions are endless, then so too must be the answers. The Graf's Spire in Urtica is too small, so I built the Genesis Spire in Vidunian. It is already the tallest in Leithanien, but not necessarily across all the lands. But I will never stop. That is the difference between myself and sages past. That is immortality from all.
I hope that when you build a new spire, you'll make a few extra rooms, so you won't need to use my own secret chamber just to modify a piece of music.
I will. Now then, let us begin.
I'll go activate all the resonance capture devices. It will all be clearer once we dismantle the melody later.
Hakon's sits firmly on the chair in the center of the room, unfolding the movement. Framaw nudges aside priceless ancient tomes to make room for the witchcraft matrices. By the way, Framaw, what is it you call the other side of the world?
Framaw responding back in Sarkaz. The beginning and end of all threads.
A petty name. Their phylactery grants liches an almost unique ability among the races, concealing that phylactery means a life that will not end. Within that time, liches are allowed to glimpse the infinite truths of the world, but do you treat them as merely pages in a tome of knowledge?
Caution is in our nature. The more we discover, the fewer spaces we can live.
Right then, Framaw, what about you?
Me?
The beginning and end of all threads. You often complain that the liches under your command are either too young or too hidebound, but have you ever considered entering that space, rather than treating it as simply a drawer in which to hide your phylactery? A terrible chill sweeps over Framaw. A faint but dazzling light blooms atop Hakon's scepter. He has already begun to play the Gildnesgesetz. Framaw's hands have not stopped either. Lich and Caprene, king of the royal court and Kaiser of Leithanien, they have always moved in tacit agreement. Even in the tensest moments, the two could insert discussions on various topics: philosophy, music, and sometimes even the climate and cuisine of Leithanien. Hakon's had raised the matter so naturally, the true secret threatening the immortality of the liches. If he uses his exile to its fullest extent, the life threats could dissolve all of these notes in an instant, annihilate the defenseless man before him. No one else knew the Leithanien Kaiser had come here. He would have enough time to tell the Lich Court to flee the country. But Hakon had raised it so naturally, casually bringing up the secret that had remained hidden all these long years. After a long while, Framaw bursts into hearty laughter. Wonderful! As it happens, I've also encountered some bottlenecks in my study of that space. If you're really interested, Hakon, I could lend you my phylactery. That's enough, Hakon. Don't you find the nostalgia nauseating? It's enough to make me want to vomit last night's leftovers. Besides, I'm running out of time. It's been a while, Framaw.
I'm sure you remember what you've borrowed. The time has come to return it.
Franz, steady your breathing. You're going to crush your Reginium dice into powder. Their former owner, Bielefeld, was a rare great caster of Erdenher who lived a century ago. He once used the dice to control the wind and lightning in the central valleys of Gaul, masterfully sinking the indomitable flagship of Corsica the First and ruining the enemy's formation in a single stroke. The Battle of the Four Emperors. Indeed, it was a delightful victory. The Gaulishmen couldn't even manage to cobble together a complete banner. The lamentations of the fleeing and the cheers of the victorious alternated, like a grand duet. Unfortunately, we lost Bielefeld in the subsequent attack on Lingones. I'll save those dice as a tribute to him, in his honor. If the will of the caster wavers like the grass in winter, how could he ever hope to control the wind and lightning? Ebenholz remains silent. The Witch King's tone is calm, even gentle. It was a feeling not unlike he had discovered a child who'd stolen an old item from his home, stopped him, and explained the item's provenance after the necessary scolding. How long have you been gone, Franz? Gone? The weakening golden melody seeks an exit from the secret chamber, with Ebenholz and the Witch King standing outside the door. Before them lies a steep, dark red staircase. This is the Grafspire Nordica. A series of changes have taken place since the Weissheim incident, and he had been gone for over a year, but he could never forget the place. Do you dislike these stairs? These carpets, blood red, engraved with dark patterns beneath the pristine handrails. The messengers who came from the capital every once in a while, exchanging lances. The servants standing in every corner. Sorry, it's hard to like them. Right. When I was your age, I would wake up in the middle of the night and take these stairs to wake up my tutor. The Witch King ascends the stairs. The sound spreads far down the long corridor as the lamps along the walls light up one by one, illuminating the path beneath the feet of the spire's owner. Between the lamps float interconnected intricacies of witchcraft. The tutor sent by the Empresses was intended to perform poorly, so many a night Ebenholz would sneak into subtle corridors to practice. He unconsciously followed the Witch King. For a moment he seemed to think that the man was still living in the spire, only waking up in the middle of the night to head to the door, for whatever unknown reason. The Shorthorn Elafia opened the door. I didn't go in. I stood in the doorway and asked him. Over the course of 3 months, I reviewed the 634 scores collected throughout this ancient spire, all composed by famous musicians and grand casters. I took the melodies apart, including those that were incomplete or unplayable. Why is it that the art of which Leithanien is so proud, accumulating the beauty of elegance and harmony of 1,000 years, flows with dead melodies and crusty notes? I turned this sculpture by the door into a sandbox, quickly deducing the situation for the next century. Iberia would form an alliance with the sea. Victoria's steel knights would spew steam. Boots coated with mud and blood would thump into foreign lands. The Gaulish irises would bloom in the deep forests of Einwald. But what of Leithanien? The country's horns and fangs have rotted nearly right out of our heads. First with Syracusa, then with Sturmland. Moss and vermin infest every nook and cranny of the spires. Why do you turn a blind eye to all of this? 9. Why do you not know of it? The shorthorn Elafia was still half asleep, but more detestable than the sand still sprinkled, unwiped in the corners of his eyes, was his long silence. The fear and emptiness he tried to hide. He claimed to be the most knowledgeable man in Urtica, and even all of Einwald, but he couldn't answer a single question. Then you kicked him out of the spire and his entire house fell into decline. I've heard the story. Just for that, you truly are unreasonable. Junge, if I were you... Those hypocritical servants who secretly partook of the vine cellar would never drink a drop of water again. They would feel the pain of their throats cracking inch by inch until their deaths. As for the teacher who tried to mold me into useless rubbish, he would find himself impaled by arts dozens or hundreds of times stronger than his during one of those perfunctory demonstrations. His expression of fear could be frozen into a fine sculpture. The foolish ministers who tried to manipulate me with a melody would be manipulated themselves, and the obvious contradictions between the twins black and gold could be exploited. Exploitation without purpose, arbitrarily taking lives, in your own words, those heinous acts are completely meaningless. Witch King. The purpose of a stairway is to lead you to a higher place. I despise these stairs as well, but because they are too short. Graf Urtica's spire is so small, with such a narrow view. Franz, you see the spire as a cage, so how will you break free of it? How will you defeat your enemies? Who are your enemies?
You are despicable, Ebenholz. You are hateful, Ebenholz. You are pitiful, Ebenholz.
Is it them?
Nein, of course not.
Then is it the Witch King? Is it the nightmare that's troubled you for a lifetime?
Nightmare? The increasingly empty house, the white-haired child holding his trembling hand on his knee, softly singing a song that begins with "The sky is blue and fine." The sound of the cello spreads out like an endless grassland, while the sound of the piano turns into a flowing stream. He washes away all weariness, allowing him to walk a long way, with the dark of night no longer so heavy. He often dreamt of these things. Dreams are already fleeting, and if he has to miss these beautiful moments, he would rather never sleep. Nein, I have never dreamt of you.
Memory?
Memory? Fall des Hexenturms. Triumph der Goldmond. Vorspiel zu Zwillingstürme. The theaters across the country must perform certain plays each quarter, all with similar themes. With Urtica being the old tyrant's homeland, such plays were put on twice as often. And as Graf of Urtica, he was required to attend all of them. How many times did he sit in the audience, watching the Witch King perish during a duet of justice, shortly before leading a standing ovation? Statues on the streets. Illustrations in books. He has seen countless Witch Kings. Without exception, A mysterious light surrounded their twisted horns, and even their voices had a strange tremor, as sinister effects were added to them. They were quick to anger, cruel, bloodthirsty, with grotesque and exaggerated expressions under their masks. Not one of them, not a single portrayal, matched the appearance of the man before him.
The ambitions of the masses need adornment. Their desires need release. Their hatred needs relief. And you, Franz. The larger the shadow that obscures your fate, the more your failures have to stand on. Every one of you is happy to imagine such a Witch King for the purpose of that attribution.
Imagining, you say? The cruel decrees, the inhuman experiments, the fires of war, all the suffering you inflicted, the countless innocent lives lost, all of it, you call that imagined?
We're talking about you, Franz. You've never made the slightest effort to represent the people you now claim have died.
A sudden headache washes over him. Much like the nights he was haunted by the voice of Mundane. On those nights he could only grip his flute desperately. He felt as though he was dying, so he would exert all his strength to curse the man before him until his surroundings became clear. But the voice of Mundane is long gone, so why does the pain still flow? Ebenholz cannot see his own bloodshot eyes, but the layer of red webbing in his field of vision becomes increasingly heavy. Pain stirs all memories, tearing through all emotion, as if trying to draw everything out of his head to transform into something tangible. Nightmares, memories, imagination.
Look back on your rather short life. Countless times you've cursed the name entwined with your own, that indelible mark. Could it all have been nothing more than facing the void, looking into the mirror?
Huh? The Witch King is dead. By the time you were born, by the time of that night 23 years ago, and his death was genuine. What meaning is there in calling a dead man your enemy? The terrifying experiments of your childhood, the pain that's lingered throughout your life, the cold eyes and mockery of so-called representatives and servants, the criticism and accusations of others, do you still dwell on these things? 9. You know very well that compared to what I've lost, all those are insignificant.
Correct. You don't care. You really are upholding the promise you made to him. You're prepared to walk through the long night bearing it all.
But Ebenholz, why, after all this time, are you still in such pain? Accepting a punishment is not the same thing as finding redemption. Why can't you forgive yourself, the man who has always been protected to the very last? Why can't you let go of the sacrifices they made for you? Why do you continue to indulge in self-flagellation, unable to move forward? Because there might yet be even more precious commitments, even greater sacrifices, even deeper regrets, and even longer suffering ahead? You can't help but doubt. You can't help but fear. So then, Ebenholz, who is your enemy? But Ebenholz, if you don't move toward the light, we can never walk out of that night. And the night itself is meaningless. The night itself is meaningless.
Sehr gut, Franz. You have defeated your enemies and broken free of the spire That was your prison.
The Witch King waves his hand, and the golden melody, as if finally released, flows toward the door like so many harmless fireflies, quietly drifting in the river of history. They pass by Ebenholz, brushing against his clothes and hair with a touch ever so gentle. Ebenholz suddenly feels a baffling sensation, as if the Witch King had patted him on the head. Ebenholz cannot control himself. He bursts into laughter. So, after all my tremendous efforts to storm Genesis Horn, I end up winning the praise of His Majesty the Witch King. He laughs at the image of himself, at his own embarrassment. He laughs at the past 19 years, realizing he has never laughed this heartily. Even if thunderous rage were to punish him for his lapse the very next second, and headaches were to throw him back into the abyss, or even if he were to shatter into pieces, he wants to keep laughing. But nothing happens. The endless staircase, the spire of Urtica, even the Witch King, it all vanishes. Nothing remains but an empty throne. Ebenholz stands before the throne in silence, waiting for the unreal sensation to fade away completely.
You've been watching long enough, Sancta.
In his laughter, I felt a sense of melancholy and liberation. The character at the center of this drama finally confronts all that he's been through, whether scripted or in life. If he finds a new goal, he carries on steadfast.
What about you? You were the first to enter my pavilion, even before Fermaw.
Arturia responding back in Leithanien.
The pavilion, my palace. Thanks to Yulia, I got a glimpse of what it looks like. It reproduces all that Leithanien has ever taken pride in. The spires that join the millennia, the knowledge, art, and power accumulated over generations, undiminished by time. There is nothing else like it, an immense project beyond human capability. In fact, I speculated on it even before. The soldier, the painter, the scholar, the tuner, I've met each of those who personally witnessed the Tod des Hexenkönigs. That night made the deepest impression on their lives. They were entangled by it, trapped in the contradictions of their times and themselves. Through them, I reconstructed the last melody you left in the mortal plane. Hoarse and cacophonous, impossible to interpret through conventional music theory, this melody couldn't possibly point to a legacy to inherit, as your followers had expected. It was never meant for the mortal plane. The echoes painstakingly collected by the people of Leithanien are the bricks and mortar of this place, another form of construction material left behind.
They will ultimately be found by others, but who could uncover their purpose? Fame, honor, wealth, an individual, a house, a class. These shallow motifs run throughout all melodies, across all lands. The meaning of music has always been so narrow. Sancta, unlike those foolish ministers, you come from the so-called Holy City and are unconcerned with Leithanien's past and future. Nor are you a lich. Unaware of the existence of Kargerreich, you do not walk the path that Fermaw does. And so, Why are you here?
Before I explain my purpose, I have a question. At this very moment, as we stand here, are you only a strand of strings trembling in rigor mortis? A patchwork of flickering lights subjectively colored by emotion? One of the countless fragments of consciousness? Or are you the fully intact Witch King? I had meant to play you.
The physical rules underpinning sound cannot be realized in Kargreich. However, the place I stand does not acknowledge the rules of Kargreich. The loss of sound is your own limitation, and has nothing to do with the pavilion. Music is your eyes, your ears, your heart, your everything. You think you've lost all perception, yet desire is strong. You are a dull yet interesting observer.
Arturia releases her grip on the cello and simply looks at the Witch King. His entire life, all he has been through, his thoughts and emotions collectively resonate through the space, filling every cubic inch. This is the palace he has built for himself. You walked in, you see what he sees. Arturia sees what she had read in the old Lich's memories. The blackness. Infinite blackness, or rather, chaos. Human understanding of this word often comes from the negative emotions associated with it. Confusion, disorientation, sadness, anxiety, fear. In reality, it normally refers to a state that is difficult to describe, or an object or concept that cannot be established. But this is the only word that can describe the scene before Arturia. Desolation, a land of annihilation. What sits behind this material world, the vector of collapse. No visible boundaries, no discernible direction, sound, light, shape, color. Things that do not belong in the same dimension mix, stack, and stretch. The cursed lifeforms and their environment are symbiotic, even mutual bodies. Annihilation is the only ecology here. Chaos surrounds the Witch King's palace, like sunlight and air surrounding a bubble that could burst with a touch. The Witch King's spire stands in the center of the palace, with originium crystals growing from its base like moss between the bricks. But such moss covers the entire palace, connecting seemingly irregular spires and other buildings comprising some vague formation. Chaos invades the outermost clusters of spires, like a rising layer of mist. Once the mist dissipates, the Vina Autumn and the Tour des Wissens no longer exist. Clearly, the palace is gradually emptying, but its boundaries remain, as if adhering to predetermined rules. An echo from the past plays.
My casters, my musicians, do not resist the storm of lightning and dust. In years past, they destroyed the Gaulish fleets, and now they will push back this chaos. Celestial phenomenon and calamities join the symphony, as Originium shapes new connections for you. Your bodies and consciousness will become a part of the instruments, strings, and troop formations. Fill the gaps, reform the lines. Kargreich is beyond comprehension. Demons cannot be captured. Incompetence is nothing but cowardice. Return all intelligence to the spire for analysis. Confront it, comprehend it, conquer it, in the name of Leithanien. Vibrate the strings of our lives until they break. The King of Casters stands proudly on his throne, with all these spires at his command. This founding of a nation occurs simultaneously with the push and pull of war, as it did in Leithanian history. Amid the unending chaos, the Witch King is the only comprehensible order.
Your enemy is terrifying, so incomprehensible. Is Leithanien your unwavering cause? Even death cannot end it. Just as Herfremont predicted, your palace is suffering an irreversible collapse. Do you regret it? If you hadn't become a tyrant, if the mutinous army hadn't seized your spire, if death hadn't ended your study of Kargerreich, would you have had the time to make this palace more stable, unshaken by chaos? Do you ever wonder if you weren't the Witch King, if you didn't stand on the shoulders of all Leithanien? Could you master arts and knowledge beyond the reach of mere mortals? Could you surpass reality itself? Could you build your own spire within Kargerreich?
Your questions are meaningless, Sancta. I have no regrets, and I do not wonder. I do not fear monsters, nor do I fear becoming one.
Then, Your Majesty, I come in search of confirmation.
Confirmation. It has been a long time since someone spoke to me of such things.
I seek from you the greatest answer a human heart can seek. A future. An ideal future.
Why are you standing there like a fool? Was the blow too hard? Do you have brain damage? What's your excuse? Oh, what a comeback. A rude little goat you are.
You saw him too. Did you win?
Win? In his ruined place, I could fight that man innumerable times, debate him for innumerable years. But how could I win a debate with an echo? How could I kill a dead man?
Then we might as well leave.
Leave? Aha! You really want to turn and walk away? After everything you've suffered on your journey, even as you stand right before the throne?
I'm here. I've seen it. The throne is empty. But the spire is still here. This strange, distorted, dangerous space, it still hangs over the heads of countless people. You're the most powerful Lich. Tell me, what should I do? How can we once again topple the Genesis Spire?
There is only one way. The same way it was done 23 years ago.
What a beautiful sunset.
Lieselotte, why are you hiding here again?
I'd rather not stay with the envoys of the Kurfürsten. They speak so crudely of post-war matters right in front of us, as if we're already dead.
Herfremont says the odds of us surviving the battle are less than 1 in 10.
Since the day we were born, every test we've taken has surpassed the expectations of those old men.
But the battle with Hakonsorn isn't another test, it's the only chance we have.
Then we will seize that chance. We have Hakonsorn's witchcraft, Gaulish technology, and the Lich's blessing with us. We are more perfect, more powerful than anyone else alive.
But we can still die. They haven't turned us into immortal war machines. They gave us human bodies and feelings, making us like onto them, pushing us towards that end since the beginning.
Let's think about something happy, Hildegard. If we really can kill Hakonsorn, what would you want to do? You don't need to say it, I already know. You want freedom. Every time you pick up that sword, it's for the same reason. You can't stand those arrogant nobles, the ones who don't even treat us like people. You never could.
What about you?
You can guess, I'm sure. Who knows me better than you? The sun is about to set. Soon all the clouds will fade away with the last thread of golden light.
We need to destroy the Genesis Horn, quickly.
Are you giving up? You conspire with the Lich to use it to obtain Hakotson's ultimate power, right?
That power... Getting it under control would mean granting Leithanien her sharpest sword. But Pramo and I have tried so many different methods to force our way into that space.
It's really something. The one who finally managed to open the way was an outsider.
Whatever her motives, she has given us a chance. I will not allow an unknown threat to continue looming over Leithanien. Of course, I would rather it descended more safely and discreetly, but at least we can end it now.
If you've made up your mind, the Liches will show you to the throne of the Witch King. Young Lich, you've been here all along. Don't misunderstand me, Leithanien's eternal grace. I am but a lowly messenger. Kill me, you will gain nothing but a thread scattered on the wind. I have received a message from the Master. He is presently within the Genesis Horn. Only by joining forces with the Astura authority to once again strike down the power of Hakonson will you disperse the dark clouds hanging over Zwillingstürme.
Very well then.
But the Master also warns that the Genesis Horn is as unstable as you and he both anticipated. Once Hakonson's power dissipates, the spire of the Witch King within the void will collapse. Losing the barrier between reality and Kargerreich may cause a more serious problem. When the final moment comes, your choice will decide the fate of Leithanien, as it ever has. What a single threat. Liches always come and go with the wind, free enough to be oh so irritating.
Mihail,
I'm here.
Find the Lich from before, and the young man raised by Fermon. Do what you can to protect the people in the amphitheater, in the off chance that...
There is no off chance. You and Evignade will surely return victorious.
Once more, what is our mission?
To eliminate any threat to Leithanien at its source.
Good. The Gazette Inspector stand ready. Remember, your signal is my command. When the time comes, if there are no new orders, they will act.
Grimmacht.
Go.
Yeah.
Liselotte, we should move out too.
Both the Liches and the Kurfürsten always talking about the fate of Leithanien. What about our fate? You've been here atop the two tallest spires in Leithanien for over 2 decades. Does Leithanien really belong to us, or are we still just her chosen vassals, carrying the fate of the country on sword and shield?
Let's deal with the problem at hand first.
That's a sentence I've heard too many times now. Our duet remains tacit, but this is the way we were born, no? So long as we play, we cooperate. This is the mission we have been given.
No matter the time, we will always have our understanding.
Indeed. I have no doubt that we will once again achieve victory for Leithanien. But sooner or later, you will have to face me to answer me. Hildegard, when we kill Hakonson again, what will you want to do? You're taking such great risks to bring the future of Leithanien, but what is that future?
It's getting louder.
You can't kill the echoes, they died a long time ago, and they are emerging from another space. The twins are ready to enter the Genesis Horn. The spatial turbulence will be more intense there. We'll need to use strings to hold the horn, but who knows how long we can drag it.
Go, this is something only a lich can do. As for me, I must cover the old man and Ebenholz's retreat. Only by blocking these dark things can the people be safe. That's the only way those who've entered the Genesis Horn can retain safely.
Do you need me to stitch up your wounds for you?
9. The pain, it keeps me awake.
I nearly forgot. Right, that's what allows you to move undisturbed by the notes. Unlike the other Leithanians in the amphitheater, who've mostly succumbed to the altered tune of the Gulden's Gazuts. That's a good thing too. If they heard the sounds of the remnants emanating from the land of the dead, they'd lose their minds.
The Gesetzeswächter and the Twin Empresses are doing what they can to weave the melodies and defend the people's sanity. Once the Kaiserinnen stop playing and enter the Genesis Horn, only the Gesetzeswächter will be left.
Their arts are very strong, but arts are arts. How can they resist the chaos of the void? The same goes for you, Lessing. Both your body and your will are being consumed. Your blood will run dry.
Are you saying that I'm not an immortal lich?
So what if you were? It is precisely because we are liches that we understand the absolute nature of chaos. It's like onto boundless knowledge.
Then, what should we do? Admit our insignificance and helplessness, do nothing, and wait for the greater power to crush us? Wait for your chaos to devour us? I won't. I'd rather take my life into my own hands and listen to the sound of the last drop of blood falling from my wounds as I collapse.
Stubborn. I still remember all those years ago when the Master rescued you from the gendarmerie. We all thought you were minutes from death. You were so small, so thin, so fragile, like you would shatter if touched by a strand of thread. But you survived, covered in scars with a temperament more and more like the Master.
Danke. It was you who helped me survive, just like the liches have helped Leithanien for so many years.
The twins are moving. I should find the other liches. Lessing, my unorthodox little brother, I'll listen for your voice on the wind. I just hope what I find with my threats won't be your dying breaths.
The dead don't feel pain or exhaustion. They surge endlessly from the cracks between reality and chaos, repeating the last howl they gave before death. Once the movement is gone, will it be just you making such noise? It sounds truly awful. He slowly unwinds the wrappings on his longsword. The cloth is long enough to use to cover his ears. But he doesn't do that. After so many years of hard work, Lessing has grown accustomed to focusing all his attention on the edge of his blade. The theme of Leithanien will be rewritten by each and every one of us. And before that is just a battle. Victory or defeat, life or death, none of it bears consideration. Them. So, I definitely did not have on my bingo card to see a younger version of Fremont. And I'll say this right now. The beard one looks better. I like the conniving, twirly beard one compared to the younger one. The younger one is meh. Anyway, but damn, that was a look into the past, alright. However, before we move on, we have one new enemy to add here, and then we move to the next stage. This one being the Remnant Orchestra Conductor. Conductor who wants to be the instrument of the king's will. Being a conductor is already a rare honor, but he still seeks to climb that great spire, for which he will go to any length. And with that, let's move on to stage number 10, titled Messe, König. May the radiance shine forever. quick little note, unlike the stages leading up until now, we're gonna go through the before part first, stop in the middle, do the boss stage as always, and then continue with the after part later. So for now, let's begin.
You scared me. Vivian, what are you hiding under the covers for? Are you writing a letter? Shh! Tante Cora's about to come. She'll be angry if she sees me awake this late. Who are you writing to? Fati! I pestered Tante Cora for 2 weeks before she finally agreed to sneak me out to a poetry recital at Ludwig's Universität, and I want to tell Fati all about it. I was going to write it tomorrow, but I'm afraid it'll be too late by the time we get back. Not that I have any way to send them. I'll just store them somewhere safe, along with all my night novels. But why? Since I decided not to eat candy anymore, I have to put away those childish fantasies too. But didn't you always want to be like those knights? With their shining sword spears sparkling like the sun? Didn't you want to visit that radiant, glowing country? They're too far. It's all just too far away. Woody's not here anymore, and Fati, he's by himself. I'm on my own too. I don't want to be too far from him. I asked Tante Cora how long it would take for us to get back to Sturmland from Zwillingstürme. The fastest route would be only 2 days, so if Fati needs me, I can always... But your Fati doesn't even know you stayed behind. He'd definitely be mad if he did. But I don't regret my choice. I begged Tante Cora to help me stay here in Leithanien instead of following her to the Grand Knight territory like he told me to. Even if I have to hide, even if he can never know. Tante's helped us so much. My Mutti said she's super strong, super brave, and super gentle. But even so, I'm sure she needs people by her side too. She's always been by herself. I can't do much, but I can at least hold her hand. I know exactly what you mean.
Viviana, I can't say you've made a bad choice. You're giving up on more things, but at the very least, you'll have fewer regrets.
It's Tante Cora. I think someone stopped her to talk. I'll go take a look. You should get to bed.
A rare event, as the Twin Empresses' favorite actually come here of her own accord to meet with us drags. Finally made up your mind. All because of the hawkback girl.
Viviana is too sensible for her own good. She takes after both Lucinda and Vanna. If I had a daughter myself, I can only hope she'd be as tough and kind-hearted as her. That day in the car, she suddenly begged me to let her stay, and I thought maybe things would work out better this way. Better for Vanna, and better for me. With her around, I can feel myself gradually calming down this time. When I pass by Karl Schmidt Street, sometimes I feel like I can see the marigolds again, blooming all over the street, as if the flowering season will never end.
But her current situation says it all. As grand as Kurfürst as he may have been, he was incapable of saving his own beloved daughter.
Leithanien's illness still constrains all those who have sacrificed everything for the country's so-called rebirth. Its terminal rot has lived and thrived, bearing the citizens from their freedom.
Still, I'm elated to hear that her presence here has helped you come to a decision, Concertmaster.
No, Cora, I didn't come here to... This shouldn't be happening.
Everything before her eyes dissipates. Once again, Viviana finds herself on the spiral staircase. She had thought that an earlier solace would prevent the inevitable, so that tragedies wouldn't have to fall upon the lamentable woman behind the door. Or at the very least that she could say her goodbyes before it was too late. Countless doors simultaneously open up before her. They line up in succession, meandering towards an unclear horizon. She recalls every Viviana who was behind each of the doors. She sees every candle and its firelight through each of the frames. Her parents, or perhaps she herself, make a different choice each time. Life after life, possibility after possibility.
If Muti and Fatih didn't have to hide their love for each other, if everyone had accepted us, then maybe they'd all have blessed my birth instead. Could we have been happy forever? If Fatih could manage to rid himself of his identities and duties and live a simple ordinary life with Muti, could we have gotten a much better ending? If you'd contacted McKee sooner and used the KGCC's resources to return to Stormland, even just a day earlier, could you have at least seen him one last time? If people could see you as someone ordinary, look at you without scrutiny, mockery, or pity. If you'd found a more perfect image, or just the right words, if you'd written off the brilliant marigolds and gentle silhouettes before you. If you could just be accompanied by books in peace. Would it have been less painful? You deserve a better life than this, Viviana. If there really is one. But why? Why does every last one leave me so disappointed?
Viviana hears the sound of something moving. Doors collapse, distant but clear, like snow losing its grip on the mountaintop. The beginning of an avalanche.
Is there such a thing as a second chance?
She walks towards the nearest door, a new one, just like every other she has walked into.
Will there be a better choice behind this door? A more satisfying resolution? Fewer regrets?
With that in mind, she has already opened the door. The Genesis. This Zwillingstürme space is extremely unstable, Julia Schiller. Your premonition was correct. I understand that you won't leave, so please stick to the resonance pipes as much as possible to keep yourself safe.
What about you, Herr Executor?
I must find Arturia. The sooner the better.
Frau Giallo should have already met the person she wanted to.
She's a dangerous individual, and she'll come back with me to Laterano. But if she truly seeks the Witch King, then she could be in danger right now. Federico turns around and looks into the distance. Ever since Julia activated the retrofitted resonance pipes, the scenery around them has gradually cleared up, both near and far. And with that, Arturia's destination is no longer in question. At the far edge of his sight stands a gigantic black tower, interwoven with scarlet and surrounded by a cluster of spires he's never seen before.
Herr Executor, before we go our separate ways, can you tell me how Jan is doing these days?
He has encountered some common growing pains. Doris Borden left him a sum of money, but judging by his own wishes, he may very well leave Leithanien and make a living in another country.
That's fine too. That boy's head has always been swimming with ideas.
Senora Schuler, you appear to have more questions for me. The Caprine woman quickens her footsteps just slightly as Federico continues at his usual pace, giving her a slight lead.
Loris, is he... already dead?
I never said...
Herr Executor, you're clearly the type to dive headfirst into your work without a second thought. But you seem particularly concerned with my affairs. You wouldn't willingly put your mission on hold like this for no reason. I've heard from Loris how LATERANO's notarial hall works and,
His will. Prior to Das Kaiserinnenfest, Loris Borden died in the sewers near Bodenshof's forest park, while trying to prevent the Witch King's remains from inciting a revolt. His final message before death was a phone call, in which he expressed his hope that someone else would take over the Julia Schuler case. For 15 years, he resented the city of Zwillingstürme, loathed his work at the gendarmerie, and treated everything apart from his final battle with indifference. His sole preoccupation was your case, and as a former citizen of Laterano, his final request can be considered his last will and testament. That said, the case has now been solved, and it is no longer possible to investigate any further. But I did find a letter addressed to you in his residence. I read it only once, but I have it memorized. I can recite it to you if necessary. However, the contents are full of rather emotional expressions, such as, when I decided to get to the bottom of your case, the gross monster summoned me to his office. He slapped me in the face and said, Leithanien expletive omitted, don't you dare think your military success gives you the right to pick fights with everyone. Julia, I hate Zwillingstürme. I hate that I'm unable to...
Herr Executor, Loris wasn't that sort of man.
Julia interrupts Federico's recital.
The Loris I know was never the type to call himself a hero or anything like that. But he was the first soldier to set foot into the Witch King's Spire. He was the only fool to join the gendarmerie and silently protect the city, despite owning a title. The only officer willing to defy the nobles to protect civilians. He knew things weren't perfect in either Laterano or Leithanien, and that many things needed changing. But someone harboring hope in their heart will never give in to despair. Never.
Julia stops in her tracks and begins mumbling to herself. Federico follows suit and looks at her quivering shoulders from behind. He does not move. The young executor listens in silence, attempting to analyze the emotions in her words. Senora Schuler, are you disappointed with Loris Borden? In truth, he was only...
I'm not, Herr Executor, I just feel sorry for him. I'm the reason he became like that, right? But I was actually...
A pipe organ suddenly sounds from the distance, followed by a huge energy pulse. Federico subconsciously pulls out his gun.
Going to accept his proposal.
Federico turns back to Julia. An insipid mist flits through his hands, and the Caprine woman before his eyes no longer exists. Only nothingness remains, as it always has been. And very quickly, not to go too far off script here for the audio listeners only, currently we are looking at a unique CG. The CG is from the side story Hortus de Escapismo, which predates this one, and it's from close to the end of the game, or pretty much the end, where Federico is in center with a flower in his hand. Considering it's the past, the picture is in black and white right now. He suddenly recalls the flower from the Sanctilaminium Ambrosi,
Back then, he felt that that flower could be the answer to his confusion. Now he finds himself in a similar situation, with no one in front of him. The primary difference is that he is still unable to comprehend the truth of the situation and the place he is in. A place devoid of laws or solid footing, only endless dangers and unknowns. This was Julia Schiller's second death. My preliminary deduction is that she was caught in a wave of abnormal energy caused by a violent impact to the Genesis horn. I will move to verify the precise cause immediately. In short, this too was an accident. An accident that has once again destroyed her life, and once again, she was unable to react in time. Federico is an outstanding executor. He has been with the Notarial Hall for 7 years, and carried the title of Saint for 2. He calls himself an executioner and executor, and has witnessed countless deaths, but this is the first time that he's truly sensed someone's emotions in their final moments. The picture we have been looking at up until this point has now slightly changed. There is color now in the picture. The flower in his hand is now purple, with yellow and green. Everything else is still black and white. She lived in her own Zwillingstürme for an eternity, as she loved and regretted. Even death was unable to shake her belief in life. Simple, but intense.
Your silence ails me, Sancta.
Julia, she...
The twins created by Leopold and Fremont are currently attempting to brute force their way into my pavilion. Frail consciousness cannot withstand the resulting energy waves.
No, it's not just her.
Arturia turns around, even though there is nothing else to see. Suddenly, the energy blows away a layer of mist like a breeze, revealing the breathing, footsteps, joy, and grief hidden beneath. These emotions are now... No, they've always been here, all over the pavilion. If a soul is like an instrument, then at this very moment she feels the vibration of countless strings. A chorus.
I could only see Julia because of my acquaintance with Loris, and had only brief contact with her, but there are so many ordinary souls living inside your palace.
They exist as information and walk as Leithanians. Form and identity, nothing more. But reminiscing is a luxury I do not allow in my pavilion, Sancta. I believe you came to verify a future.
I think I've already gotten my confirmation in a way. Why exactly do people develop a self, and how does one become strong enough to go up against an approaching crisis or a predestined doom? We all exist within order. Rules and commandments serve as LATERANO's anchors and cables, enabling faith to traverse the entire lands and providing a target for the prayers of believers. The law is our piety. Leithanien, however, is the result of Güldengesatz. Through its systems, aesthetics, models, and morals, 10 different regions with no common culture or identity joined together as a unity that has lasted 1,000 years. Experience inherited through generations, laws forged in writing, concepts established by convention. These exist a prior, and from it an order is formed. They guide how we should think, speak, and deal with ourselves as well as others. And so it becomes our instinct, engraved into our very flesh and blood. But the order has imperfections. It is rigid, unequal, and indifferent. It separates us. LATERANO's order offers redemption to its believers, but the gates of paradise do not open for the Sarkas. It refuses to provide bread for their empty stomachs or roofs to shelter them from the rain. Aegir and Iberia face the same dangerous ocean, but their respective orders forbid them to keep watch at the same lighthouse. Our order rebels against us, and we yearn for it still, calling for its perfection.
Only order is desired. LATERANO's laws hover barely above 100 words, and Leithanien's theme has long been concise. Their minds shallow, their pride falls, their senses dull. They regard only the dead as eternal. By this they are timid, yet also fearless. What is your answer then, Sancta? What do you desire?
Emotion. We exist in the present, a river whose running flow is our feelings, our discordant and capricious reflections of the moment we are living in. Feelings build into emotion, and emotions shape our souls. Our emotions are varied and profound. We are the love, the hatred, the appreciation, and the lament we harbor when these emotions call upon our reflection, and through these encounters we come to understand life itself. They were the torch we wielded to repel the shadow of death long before the birth of laws, religion, politics, or science. We were born as prodigies in utilizing our emotions, and thus we are connected.
Are you referring to the empathy between the Sancta?
Indeed. Language is not without its limits, and what it finds an impossible chasm to leap over, empathy arcs across in an emotion's quiver. It's a precious gift to my kin, through which we can read each other's feelings. But it is also utterly unfair. Its creeds are too vague and its benediction too narrow, like a rule written only to serve LATERANO's order.
So you crave true empathy? You seek an empathy from within with a wider yet deeper range than what you call emotion that connects everyone on all lands as one? An interesting delusion, Sancta.
I've searched, I've tried, and failed. Would you imagine it? In a dilapidated monastery, Sancta and Sarkas had been fighting side by side against life's miseries and their own wavering faith, all to protect a hard-earned garden. But when true disaster came knocking at our doors, we found that our kin, who had understood and accepted us for 6 decades, still harbored doubts in their hearts, fissures in their fates. We were always strangers, nothing more. Emotions are as real as the fragility of our minds. We are good at avoiding pain, experts even at muting ourselves on it. Conversely, this helps mask our own feebleness. As a result, people cannot feel what others feel. Tragedies will always transpire as long as this barrier remains.
And you and your music endeavor to unshackle people by confronting them with their true hearts, just as one would polish an instrument on sandpaper. You attempt to strengthen their souls by guiding them through their regrets. Is this the duty you have long since imposed upon yourself to perform?
Yes, Your Majesty. Because to this day I have been seeking confirmation. I have a future in mind.
Continue.
In that future, everyone possesses a most powerful soul. Our strengths are unequal, unlike yours, where a tenacious soul can't be shaken by anything in this mortal realm, and even death is powerless to wipe away your struggles, pursuits, and conquests. Others are like those Cora, Julia, or the souls in the palace. They are unconcerned with greater undertakings and simply love the lives they live, but still they dare to fight against the turbulent waves that are engulfing them. Of course, we will persist in our pursuit of happiness, but more importantly, we will no longer avoid pain or be ashamed of it. We as people should suffer, and we will suffer. Our apathy, doubt, confusion, remorse, shame, grief, These complex emotions will no longer leave scars deep in our hearts, nor will they remain untouchable beyond the realm of words. We will no longer shy away from self-expression, nor will we struggle to find ways to do so. We will understand how to live with ourselves, and live strong we will.
Sancta, the results of your performance are often unsatisfactory. You should know that for most, emotions are inadequate guidelines, and wholly following one's heart will only lead to dire consequences. Crafty is the creator who, for each house build, has orchestrated a blizzard that brings its ruination. Yet you hope for your future to include everyone? An amusing delusion.
No, Your Majesty, it must include everyone. Indeed, your existence is an exception to the laws and reasons that govern these great lands. Born from order, yet ruling over it, your incredible personality, formidable strength, boundless knowledge, adventurous spirit, and subversive insight, all condensed into an essence of one. You have glimpsed beyond the horizon of perception into the black woods of mystery, and even revealed the power to traverse the unknown in your hand. But they are also the root of your madness, your downfall. These extraordinary qualities, and the nigh unattainable achievements built upon them, they cease to exist with your demise. It's a cage trapping us all, and we should not expect any individual to break it open, however powerful its soul is. Therefore, everyone needs a strong soul. They need the power to empathize. We will be able to share our knowledge, our experiences, our abilities, and insights, all via our emotional bonds. Then there would be no crises able to undo our ties, no defeat able to wear down our rapport. There will be no truths unrevealable, no pain incomprehensible, no obstruction unsurpassable. Our power comes from our individual strengths. We would be distinctly ourselves, yet as one. And when adversity and the unknown are at the gate, they would find our sanctuary unbreakable, as our collective emotions have formed a wall of steel. Thus, I am here. If a strong soul can truly exist, strong enough to resist a predestined doom, then by no means should I ignore it. The future.
Much have you witnessed and experienced, and devoted you are to the power of emotions. Why then did you not seek it for yourself, Sancta?
Are you reading my mind? You've been doing this from the moment I arrived at your throne. Is this your performance?
A performance that befits a performer like you, pilgrim. Everything in my pavilion I command at will. They are mine. Accumulated guilt. Unreconcilable sorrow. Hopeless disappointment. Powerful courage. Endless regret. Unwavering affection. There is no performance. No performance will allow such cruelty and arbitrary. You do not come to a common understanding, nor are his joy and sorrow yours. You have thrown open the gate to your mind, and he is the guest and the host. Leithanien history has recorded how the Witch King reformed and rearranged his people, his orchestra and army. Disobedience is not tolerated, nor possible. Sancta, if emotions had forms, by all rights you should be the fullest individual I have ever met. But I sense in you nothing. Why? Because you use yourself as a mirror, reflecting the emotions of others. 9. You do not see and tell, you receive. You are a receptacle whose content is overflowing with the emotions of others, with no room for your own. You feel what they feel, but at the same time feel nothing. You undo the knots of others, while further tightening yours, a state that resembles only chaos. Arturia feels a pair of hands on her. They stretch into the lakebed of her consciousness and do not stop there, but stir up the mud at the bottom, arriving at the void in the very depths. Suffocation resembles a rushing river, scrubbing every nook and cranny of her consciousness as it thoroughly engulfs her within. I see. I saw your only truth. The Witch King remains silent for a long time as he stares at the person before his throne. Arturia has never felt her heart beat as fast as it is now. Sancta, the future you describe does have its value. Perhaps it will find its place in the river of time. However, you are the one person furthest from your utopia. If you are just a receptacle, just a mirror, if you cannot even see the reality you have neglected, then you have reached your end, before your path has yet to reach its.
Your Majesty.
Your audience is over, Sancta. Your request I will not answer. Now, bear witness to my end. New guests at my pavilion. Very well. Come forward, twins. I recognize you both. At first, a pipe organ hums in the distance, its sound reaching the throne loud and clear. A gentle shade of gold follows, like a splotch of rich ink soaking into view. The color climbs over the palace walls before melting the pavilion down. Brilliant rays of light dye the clouds aureate, and Zwillingstürme's glowing sunset illuminates the black spire that had long ceased to exist. You truly are attached to that throne, Hakonton.
23 years ago, when Hildegard and I made our way here, you were sitting on it just as you are now. Summoned here late at night by a creed, your subjects crawled beneath the steps as your melody shredded their souls away, not daring to make one move. You were disinclined to even take notice of them.
Judging by your attire, you have both proclaimed yourself the Kaiserin of Leithanien. The blades painstakingly forged by the nobles are now pointing back at them, freshly resharpened. Oh, amusing.
I won't deny you. Lizelot and I were born from your arts. Our flesh and blood, as well as our power, were born from the noble's boring ambitions. Indeed, we are only creations. But precisely because of that, we can be loyal only to Leithanien.
Answer then. How did you serve the Leithanien you are devoted to?
Hildegard and I do not judge ourselves by our merits, Hakon-san. But at the very least, when the people of Zwillingstürme lift their heads, they should be able to see a brilliant sunset instead of dark clouds brimming with the metallic tinge of blood. That is our dream, and what we work towards.
How naive. Do you wish to continue indulging yourselves in the illusions you weaved, and enshrouding your minds from the truth? Humanity is shackled by repulsive rules. Our legs cannot walk, our eyes cannot see. And what kind of future can you possibly bestow up to Leithanien, given your wayward minds and narrow sights?
Is the Witch King, who nearly drove Leithanien to the brink, actually rebuking us for our incompetence in giving her a future?
Lizelotte, we don't have much time. We've performed together on every one of the 23 celebrations of Leithanien's rebirth, and your skills have never faltered. I hope I can put the same trust in your combat practice.
You and Leithanien have my shield, Hildegard.
I admire your experience, courage, and achievements, Hakon-san. You overthrew prejudice and the old order, more firmly entrenched than the spires are now, and brought opportunity to every Leithanien. You gave the nation unprecedented vitality, and were to be revered as the greatest monarch in its history. But then you pushed the country into war, erected even more terrifying spires, and inflicted suffering 100 times more painful to the very people you have given hope to. You were ruined by your own desires.
Hakon-san, our widespread standards, our harmonious melodies, and our arts and morals make Leithanien what she is. But you rocked her foundations, undermined her survival, and made her your own vassal. Your meddling turned the entire country into a resource to be exploited, and it is only righteous that everything you have explored or mastered belongs to Leithanien. So we're here to retrieve it.
A spire that remains only as a shadow should not exist in the first place. To think it actually lingered over Leithanien these past 23 years. What did you call it earlier? Your pavilion? A palace? No matter, today will be your last, and this place shall serve as your final grave. Originium clusters surge from thin air, first hitting Rimmacht's blade before fragments splash onto Evignad's shield. Black and red unite into one, a dazzling gold, an intense purple. Their arts are condensed to their very limits, like unchangeable, primitive blocks of color. They collide but cannot blend into each other and only splash before the throne, seizing every inch of space. An ear-splitting rhythm accompanies the explosion of colors. Their weapons, originally instruments, perform two movements in two completely different styles at the same time and place. Brass, woodwinds, strings, percussions, keyboards, and even bell trees, as well as death whistles. The rusty reeds beneath Sargon's golden sands, the flame-wreathed amber under the sludge of the black flow, the rootless flowers buried deep in the frost-bound soil of Sami, and the boundless chaos itself in this Kargereich. A cosmos coexists with its voice within the Witch King's melody. Notes are woven, conducted, and played by his hand. Notes to sing a melody of the Witch King. Notes to sing a melody for the Witch King. This mortal realm will never again know a symphony this clamorous, harsh, and illogical, yet also spectacular, majestic, and striking. Evignade and Grimmacht's duet is so simple in comparison. The notes gently rise and sharply fall, with the dignified and imposing pipe organ resembling a castle encircled by mountains, while the ethereal violin is like a waterfall pouring by the citadel. The sound of water splashing onto rock is still clearly audible in the room furthest from the waterfall, but even in the closest it does not sound so noisy. The two act like one, their movements as harmonious as if they had never split. The symphonies sing a war song. 2 generations of Leithanian Kaisers fight before the throne. The entire pavilion, both their sand table and military formation, history bends and rewinds at this moment. Gaul's flagship crosses the river valley under Corsica First's lead, soldiers bumping shoulders as they form a thick cloud and tear apart Stormland's iron curtain-like defense line. And then Hakon's silhouette introduces its reign at the pinnacle. He stands atop the spire, heaven and earth at his beck and call. The elements, thunderbolts, and sandstorms are all at his disposal to swallow everything. Under the omnipresent dust clouds of blood, Evigignade and Grimmacht's movements are unremarkable. They sneak into Vidunian under the cover of night and with a feint from the Kufus coalition army, and make a beeline for the spire. The spire opens its doors, welcoming its visitors. The unsuspecting spire casters rush into formation, and one by one turn into the red leaves of late autumn. Shield and sword shatter the Genesis spire. Just like that night 23 years ago. My pavilion and everything in it are disintegrating, dying. The pavilion, this imperishable hall, is not my creation, nor the work of anyone else. It is the accumulation of mankind's immeasurable sacrifices. Technology, arts, evolutionary experience, every choice, every regret, every affection, and every resentment, every hope, and every despair. Every thought and every prayer, the birth and death of every civilization, everything remembered and everything forgotten. The pavilion is humanity. The pavilion is our will. Through annihilation, the will has taken form, and from chaos the order was given birth. A will true to reveal the origin, a will firm to conquer the source. Originium. The beginning of annihilation and the source of chaos were both mine to wield, and thus I compelled Originium to reveal the nature of its being, to present the fact of its origin. But I became aware that no matter how Originium grows, overwrites, recreates, it speaks the same truth, a truth laid bare right before our eyes all along. It says the creator who was at the source of making was also a creation. It says the Dominator reigned long before its domain came to exist. It says hope is lost, and eternity is no more. And what truth did it obtain but heavier chains, and a more ruthless resolve at the origin, the root of all creation? Undeniable as the silence of death, unextinguishable as the light of stars. Cruel was the maker, vile was the maker, sly was the maker. By his hands our determination was shattered, but not annulled,
maimed but not overthrown. It forged our sharpest sword, it built our toughest prison. The truth is laid bare for all to see, but how can a seeker challenge the truth with their violation and sanity splintered? Let the truth be seen by all eyes, let the reason be heard to all ears. Your determination has guided you to my pavilion. More will follow. You will see in me a nightmare, a traitor to freedom, a tyrant. But if the Genesis Spire has failed to reach the boundary with its trust, then a pioneer must be there to step foot on a place beyond space and time. If the root of all creation poses nothing but shackles, then we shall be the hands holding its chains. If the Creator has willed the extinction of his creation, then we shall be the bell to toll his demise. Void cannot and will not be the truth. I will never allow it, nor will I excuse it. Hearken well, Herconsorn's ultimate vision, his sin, his final will. The Creator must perish. I see that your power has grown since our last meeting, twins. The portion of Herconsorn which he discarded long ago is standing before him. But you have perceived not yourselves, and know not freedom. You have relinquished humanity. I had hoped Leithanien sword and shield to be more than weapons. Eat, my audience. You have come before the throne to seek an answer, to pass down a verdict. Only a man's answer can sate his kin. Only a monarch's verdict can convict his equals. If you succeed, if you stand fast till the very end, you must see what I didn't and be what I wasn't. Hope may be gone, eternity may be lost. Their death mark but the end of Hercubshorn, a monarch's downfall. Leithanien shall stand, whose light will outshine the tallest beacon of hope. Leithanien shall live, whose name will outlast the longest river of time. He sees a rhapsody, he roars a fanfare, he demands a concerto. Now thunders have joined the chorus.
Alright then. That was a build-up, and oh my god, that took long to record. But damn. Seeing the Kaiserin in action, holy shit, but so much as well. You could also say Arturia had her own little debate there. But yeah, anyway, we're gonna be proceeding now into the boss stage, and of course, we have a boss to deal here with. Hercubshorn, Witch King. The long nightmare awakens. The ersatz night gives way to dawn. Come and witness the death of the king, and the death of the genesis of creation. Very quickly here, even here they're using so much German. Ersatz just means replacement, so the replacement night gives way to dawn, essentially. But yeah, anyway, also, unlike other boss stages, I will be having to record this one live and not have it play itself, because the boss does his own little shenanigans. Hakomswan is a very big fat troll, but also kind of weirdly fun to fight, I will not lie. But yeah, this is the team, obviously mostly characters of Leithanien descent, part of the story, and so on and so forth. But I also had to include some technically not Leithanians, former Leithanians, I guess. I had to include some Syracusans because, you know, for some stupid reason there is no vanguard that comes from Leithanien or is actually current Leithanien outside of these two. So, you know what? Sure. Why not? Everybody else is from Leithanien or is somehow related to the story, which is why Hibiscus is in here. But yeah, anyway, that's the team. I will not be speaking over the recording, and yeah, let's do this.
私の演奏で震えられることを光栄に思うといいですよ。いくら必死にあがこうが逃げられはしない。ドクター、これでより多くの悲劇を防げるなら私は逃げません。あんま退屈させんなよ。私は蒼白の鳥、蒼白の戦争。トライトーンのごとき驚愕。祈りは不要です。リクエス自由と陽光に痛みを感じるなら言ってください。クライマックのごとき私が一応騒ぐな。いつでも動くこの巻き狩りには時間をかけすぎ。先輩どうか怪人は生命を育み心外に動かせ汚れを進むもの。逃げれば果てまで追うだけだ。次は私の頭から出てけ。私がエンディングを飾りましょうか。適切なタイミングで演奏に加わりますよ。私が妙に足を縛ったところと思ってこれ以上無意味に怪我することないよ。4分の3拍子のごとき経過。祈りは不要です。リクエスト思いっきり自分自身を感じて。これでより多くの悲劇を防げるなら私は逃げません。けたたましい悲鳴。ピッチが狂った結果です。破壊は最も単純な行為です。イントロにチューバを持ってくるんです。トライトーンのごとき驚愕。祈りは不要です。あんま退屈させんなよ。了解しました。
トライトーンのごとき驚愕。
私の演奏で震えられることを光栄に思うといいですよ。
4分の3拍子のごとき経過。
ドクター、私にできるのは蒼白なバラ、蒼白な水星。
あまり気張る必要はなさそうだ。
これなるべく怪人は私が送り出します。
4分の3拍子のごとき経過。
お前らはもう終わりだ。
4分の3拍子のごとき経過。
お前の犠牲で何かが得られるとでも。
トライトーンのごとき強
デュエットが黄金にきらめいて、皆さんのこれでより多くのショックなき夜にとどまりなさい。
祈りは不要です。
皆さんの安全は私が保証します。
私の頭から出ていけ。ドクターの要望、破られた日にもはや
しまって、これ以上無意味に怪我することないよ。
お前らはもう終わりだ。私の演奏で震えられること。
蒼白なバラ、蒼白な水星。
より俺の助けを必要とする場所を目指そう。
クラリネットのごとき。
これで前回と去るべき怪人は私が送り出します。
あんまたこれでも食
これでより多くの悲劇を防げるなら私は逃げません。いつでも自由と陽光に包まれて。
想定外の状況は自己判断で対処する。
私にできるのは治療だけじゃないんです。遅れてやショックなき夜にとどまりなさい。
トライトーンのごとき驚愕。祈りは不要です。了解しました。破壊は最も単純な行為です。
あなたは最も素晴らしい想像力を持った指揮者です。
This guy is a massive troll. And yes, I'm not talking about our boyo here. But anyway, that has been the battle. It has been achieved. He has been defeated. Again. But yeah, not gonna lie, it's a fun battle. It's a very randomized battle, and I'm very happy that there are no rewards on this goddamn thing because, oh boy. That would not probably work with auto-deployment. But anyway, we're continuing with the after part. The
Tilapia sits with her legs crossed, her back against the desk. She places a pillow on her knees and spreads open a book upon it, the candlelight illuminating her drooping head. The girl reads in undisturbed silence. Then she raises her head from the page to meet Viviana's gaze.
You don't seem very surprised to see me, Vivian. I saw your shadow in the doorway. I knew it was you. Yeah, you've spent so long observing the shadows in this tiny room, lit only by candlelight. What are you reading? The Last Night. I'm currently at the third to last chapter. Behind the nameless night is a huge and lonely lighthouse. The relentless waves push him and his steed Rocinante back. But they roar as one, and towards the huge waves, as dark as night, they charge. No spoilers, please. You'll spend a night reading that paragraph over and over again, until you fall asleep on the floor with the pillow in your arms, until Mutti returned in the middle of the night to blow out the candles. Huh? How do you know?
Of course she knows. The room, the posture, the book. This is her memory, after all. Viviana retreats into the doorway.
Are you leaving? I'm sorry, Vivian. I have questions about my life and I need to look for the answers. Maybe, just maybe, there's still time to open one last door. How many have you opened already? More than 100? I've already lost count. I just want to find a better possibility. Oh, and what if you still can't find one? Is better something clearly defined like a math problem? In those doors you've entered, maybe Mutti and Fati got to live in peace together for longer without anyone disturbing them, or maybe Mutti left us a few years later than she did. If you think about it, how do you know you haven't already come across a better answer? So why do you still carry so much regret? How can you be so sure you'll ever find one in the first place? And what happens even if you do? It won't change your past. What's meant to happen has already happened. Fati always said that if he'd waited at Marigold Alley for just 10 more minutes, maybe he could have met with Mutti, and everything would have turned out differently. A pity fate does not afford us a chance to start over. But even if he did meet her, he'd still have to leave anyway, right? The story wouldn't change in any way, aside from giving Mutti one last chance to cry and say goodbye. Or maybe you're actually hoping you won't find a better answer, because then you could tell yourself that this was the best of all possible worlds? I just don't get it. Aren't you thinking the same way that Fati did? Vivian. I'm going back to my book. You're disappointed, aren't you? You should go. There's still time to open the next door.
The sound of collapse approaches. Viviana turns around, the line of doors collapsing in succession scores in her eyes, like dominoes toppling into one another, or the fireworks in her memories going off all night long. The rumbles travel from afar, reaching the tallest spire in Sturmland. Her father seldom comes here. As the Kurfürst, he has to receive an endless line of visitors on festive nights, and her maid mother will be busy serving them until the early hours of the morning. She would huddle in the corner of a room just like now and shield the sounds outside with books. Once the waves washed away, once glory and life together faded, the world and all its beings fell from zenith to nadir, becoming dust.
Once the forge belched its flames, once catastrophe descended, once families and old friends alike forsook the soul. The last knight upon this great land, all alone, faced these swells as dark as night, and began to charge. Back then, she had yearned for this so much, so full of courage. She had told herself not to be weak, to imagine herself as a knight. Viviana the Knight. A true knight is unafraid of disaster or hardship. The collapse is clearly visible, its ruin right before her eyes. An inexpressible sense of danger strikes Viviana in her heart. She suddenly feels a strong premonition that the collapsing doors are not simply a manifestation of her repeated failures. If this tiny room were to be swallowed up, something truly would be wiped away. Something would be lost forever. Viviana. When the knight charged toward the endless waves, did you imagine that he was trying to overcome the entire world?
No. I won't leave.
Viviana turns around, protecting the little girl with her own body.
I don't even know what's really been going on ever since I began climbing that spiral staircase. Maybe this is something everyone goes through when they come to the Genesis Horn, to be tightly bound by the knots deep in their hearts, to lose themselves in a whirlpool of chaos, becoming one with it. Vivian, what do I say to you, or rather, what do I say to myself? The light of a candle is dim, and its flame will always flicker at the whims of the night wind. There will always be filth coming at you and regrets you can't revoke. The bafflement of finding and grief of losing will seek to swamp you over. But you must believe, the stories you once yearned for are not at all legends or symbols. You've seen for yourself a radiance that can light up the entire land, a light that does not flicker, even when no one is walking the path it illuminates. Maybe you yourself are not that radiant light, but you too have once drawn your blade to protect it. Never forget this, Viviana Droste. You are a knight.
The collapse arrives, and darkness swallows her in an instant. Compared to the last knight, whose nemesis was the ocean beneath and the sky above him, she knows nothing about her enemy's identity. She suddenly finds herself unable to feel the sword in her hand, nor can she light a candle. Fear, suffocating as the ocean and raging as a tide, instantly scours her to the point of numbness. But soon she feels calmed, soothed, and relaxed somehow. Dread and sorrow no longer drown her. Because bit by bit the waves are no more. Just what is it in those collapsed doors and their cracks that is devouring her emotions? Countless images, real and fake, intertwine, binding Viviana into a strange yet soft cocoon. What must she hold on to? What can she hold on to? A dazzling light fills up her vision. She comes to a stark realization. Tested by a dark, bitter and thorny path, and scored in history by its legend, a knight's sword staff that even time itself can never wear away. Here and now, it shines in the palm of her hand. She tightens her grip with the weapon in her hand. The knight now wields her sword staff and cleaves at the darkness ahead. Its radiance intensifies, and a resplendent gold builds all, delivering its radiance toward the ends of time and space.
Gone are the spiral staircase and the doors. Viviana looks down at her empty hands, betraying the gritty sensation that felt so real just now. She shuts her eyes, reconstructing in her mind the last thing she had seen within the darkness. Malevolent spirits take the form of indescribable sounds, lights, shapes, and colors, together forming chaos itself. Piercing through it all was the sword staff, resplendent and glorious.
I was holding on to a projection of it. Their Majesties. No. More terrifying calamities in the chaos outside the Genesis Horn would befall. This place must not fall to ruin.
Rema, the twins failed, yet you have come to conclude my concert at the end. You have been a recapitulation in my ascension and downfall. Leave. The pavilion is disintegrating. Or are you here for your philanthropy?
Your achievement in Kargerreich would be enough to earn the respect and fear of the people, yet your attitude remains as loathsome as ever. Should I be grateful that you milked it for all it's worth?
Yeah.
I've never seen you so reluctant, Hakon-san. But I must have it back. It will have a role to play in Kasdal's survival. I've dragged this on for far too long. So many years have come and gone. The Lich King's court should have left Leithanien ages ago.
Exile? You had the chance to perform this witchcraft long ago, in that secret room in Ludwig's Universität. How long ago has it been, as they count time outside?
130 years or so.
In the next moment, the belated witchcraft crosses both the protracted span of time and the divergent paths of its companions to be cast once more. Heavy, grizzled rain falls upwards. Kargerreich seems to be flipped over by the stream of flow, and the exile, which is taking his full effort to perform, is soft and permeated with an unusual beauty. You have never made yourself a greater fool, Frema. Phylacteries are a knot you liches tie inside a whale, one that resonates with your life. It is impossible for you not to feel its presence.
Raindrops cluster into strings, dancing in the void to the rhythm of Fremaud's breathing. His breaths are nothing unusual, but a long-lost abundance of emotions wells up from the depths of his soul. Fremaud casually touches his pocket, only to discover that his lost key has been lying quietly there, within reach, all along.
Did I not already return it to you, long ago? Frema, the phylactery is a constant, a keystone upon which liches accumulate their time. You are always one step ahead of death. I am not. A fact you refuse to acknowledge. Why?
The moment the entire space is soaked, the Lich's strings finally envelop the Witch King, embracing, entangling, almost forming a coffin-like shape.
You have no words for me but farewells at this moment. Tell me, Frema, my dearest friend, why is this spire still lacking?
The age-indifferent Lich merely stays before the empty space, without a hint of expression on his face. The traces of the exile scatter, and the threads feel not the Witch King's presence, as if the voracious Cabernet with the twisted horns had never existed in the first place. Only his final murmur remains in the air, as weighty as an interrogation, as light as a sigh. She does not know when it happened, but Arturia finds herself standing before the spire. She listens in a daze. There is no one able to answer her question, and these sighs are silenced.
So those were your parting words, and your answer. Henceforth, Leithanien will never again have a Witch King.
So this is where you were, Arturia.
Federico.
Federico looks up and sees the gigantic black spire gradually lose its shape and color before his eyes, as its faded originium clusters dissipate into vestiges.
Even the Witch King, known far and wide as history's most powerful soul, was unable to resist his inevitable demise.
Freeze. Federico lifts his gun. Leithanien's Twin Empresses have already intervened directly, and the overall impact of this case has far exceeded the initial risk assessment of the mission. Once this has concluded, I will contact Pope Evangelista XI as soon as possible. Until then, your freedom will be restricted until we can return to Laterano.
No.
Federico has heard her answer. The distant relative he knows all too well does not engage in her usual meaningless push and pull of emotional logic and kinship. She simply refuses warily and walks towards him.
You can pull the trigger now, Federico. Right this very moment, in the chaos known as Kargerreich, you're the only one before my eyes, and there is no one I can perform for. I've lost my music. I won't run. And I can't play any games either.
There are holes in your logic, Arturia. Arturia walks straight past him, as if she did not hear him at all. The Genesis Spire is disintegrating.
Hakonson is dead, so naturally the bubble he was bracing will also burst.
Is he really no longer here?
You don't believe your own eyes. Even after dropping that additive of yours not so long ago.
So in the end, Grimmacht and Evig Ignater were still the only ones who could kill him.
Wonderful. You only sound mildly disappointed this time. One day you'll look back on today and realize with even more clarity just how fortunate you were to turn away from the fate that lay before you.
Something dangles down from Fremont's robe. Suddenly, Ebenholz realizes Fremont's shadow has remained in pace, even as the man himself just stepped closer. The shadow wraps around the crumbling throne, stretching all the way along these steps before gradually coiling around the entire spire. Your shadow...
My shadow? Ha! Don't let your eyes deceive you. What you see are my threads, my destiny, the essence of my being. You are the second Leithanien besides Hakonson to perceive my true form.
Are you using your life threads to hold up the collapsing space? But aren't they more important than flesh and blood to you, liches?
Hakonson did a lot of disgraceful things, but he was right about one thing. Annihilation is almost upon us. If we let Kargerreich leak out and deep-fry Leithanien into a cavity of nothingness, we'll all be gone, lich or not. So run, little lamb. This place can't hold the living for much longer. Leave this tomb quickly, lest death catches up to you.
Shadows crawl all over the old Lich's body. Shades of black instantly split into countless threads. They fly towards every falling piece of debris and crack in the void. But the vibrations still intensify. It's too late. The collapse is right before us.
Can it rain in this space too? Ah, these are Herframont's threads. He's always kept himself so neat and tidy, unlike other liches. I've never seen him grow so many threads.
The Genesis Horn can no longer support this place. We need to return to reality before this place falls completely apart.
Then we'll need to find a way out first. A brilliant ray of arts. Empress's voice, Viviana Droste. I should have fought alongside your majesties. Please forgive me for my tardiness.
It's you.
Viviana, your light is somewhat brighter than before. That's because I saw true darkness. I was just walking along an endless spiral staircase, witnessing the collapse of one possible reality after another, and was almost swallowed by the chaos. After that, at some point, I caught a glimpse into the darkness, and I haven't the slightest idea what I saw. Perhaps it was the deepest of dreads, the largest of voids, completely disarray, and a calamity we cannot comprehend. They lay dormant within the chaos, and I felt their gaze upon me. Grimmacht, ewige Gnade. The enemy is advancing like a blitz. They are about to invade everything known to us. I can't feel the thread anymore. Oh, no. The threads are all vibrating together. They're so intense I can't make out the one connected to the Genesis horn. Lessing! Lessing! Frau Ermengarde, Herr Meyer is over here. He shouldn't have.
I'm not dead yet.
My threads are a mess, so it's hard to sense you even at this distance. And the professor. We were still connected earlier. The other liches and I were pulling on reality from our side, while he was doing the same to the Genesis horn from his end. It wasn't easy, but we managed to achieve a balance. Well, things are looking bad now. It's all gone wrong.
They're no longer making any noise. Nine, it's not just the dead. The music, it stopped. The Witch King, the Twin Empresses, Stormland, Marfa. The whole theater has fallen silent. Every piece of music, every sound has vanished. It is as if someone had used the largest scale silencing arts ever cast. Those who lost control of themselves in the chaotic noise have now lost their surface level agitation. Pain, anger, and other intense emotions fade from their faces, replaced by a deep fear. But this dread does not last for long. Instead, it expands into a blank space, and at its peak, a void. Something seeps out of the void. Something that's eroding and annihilating everything. Order collapses, chaos wishes to tarry, but cannot.
The calamity within the void, the vacuum that corrodes all of existence. Its eyes have noticed us. No wonder our threats couldn't stabilize the space on both sides.
What's coming for us?
It sure would be nice if our enemies were tangible. The scariest part is they might not ever appear. Kargarai gets its name from its emptiness. It's just a void, so place with nothing at all. Conversely invading our reality, what do you think will happen?
We need to get the old man and the others out right away. Then figure out a way to block the passage. Ermengarde, can you and the old man still hear each other?
We are cutting it close. In all this mess, I'll need to find the end of the right thread connecting our two sides, but I'll never get out without it.
Did they fail?
Grimacht failed? That's impossible.
Get back here. Think, fool, think. About what's concerning you most.
Grimacht, I can't.
She should have given you a final order.
If she doesn't come back, if time runs out and the Gesetzeswächter don't receive a new order.
I see. Their last result will be to annihilate Zwillingstürme. For once I agree with her choice. It's one thing if we all die here, but we mustn't let Leithanien and everyone else outside of the country die with us. Wait, the knot moved just now. The people inside haven't given up. Let's hold on just a bit longer. Ermengarde, does this not count as a threat between the two sides?
It'll have to. I'm trying my best, and if the connection stabilizes, the professor and I might be able to focus on the arts cast on the knot to stabilize the passage.
We're counting on you, Ebenholz. I can feel Lessing and the others. They're close. And you think that's a good thing? Kargarai and reality are once again drawing near, like two bubbles stacked on top of one another. No, more like a bubble balanced on the tip of a needle. Even the slightest bit closer, and the bubble will burst. So if I pull on the knot and move further away, will you and Ermengarde be able to stabilize the passage? Stay away from the edge of the bubble! Scheisse, little lamb! You're going to get yourself caught in the void! The knot trembles in his hand. Ebenholz can feel the hand gripping the other end. A hand already numb from too much time spent swinging a sword. His strength spent, his arts nearly exhausted, his wounds no longer bleed, and his pain gradually blurs. His duty and his will remain seated deep within his brain, pulsing tenaciously. Such concepts are difficult to describe after language itself has collapsed. Why did we come here? Why have we been fighting? Why were we born and why will we die? The void greets him. There is no path either forward or out, only nothingness to meet. Ebenholz is falling, and at the end of his fall, there will be nothing at all. No, there is something there. A warm shade of white, emitting a radiant yet gentle glow. Ebenholz suddenly realizes that while he didn't have time to find the cello-playing Sancta, he has found the answer. The emotions and memories he shared with him were not bestowed upon them by any person, arts, or even fate itself. The most beautiful part, right there with him, has always belonged only to them. A smile, a piece of music, a touch of hope. Fate will always be snatching things away from us, but fortunately I still retain the ability to love and hate. Zwillingstürme's glowing sunset, ardent marigolds in bloom, a child with eyes glistening like a lake, and her gentle parents. I love the scenery and the people I cannot see. They illuminate me, dispelling the darkness obscuring the eyes of many others. But I also hate it.
I hate how brief the flowering season is, and the formless veils constricting everything I love. My child, your brows have been knitted ever since you returned to Leithanien. You ask me, where is the new order? Can you guarantee it will be better than yesterday or today? There is no way I can answer you, so I just decide to do as I have. Love means responsibility, and hate will likewise attract even more. You must take responsibility for the things you have changed and have yet to change. My child, my friend, if you love, if you hate, then you will bear far more than you can imagine.
I doubt. Is doubt a form of cowardice or bravery? If cowardice, then why did I mix the flesh and blood of those monsters into our sacramental bread and wine, willing to place my hopes in a different faith? If bravery, then why did I retract my hand? Did the vivid and hideous living tissue frighten me at the very last moment? For 60 years I could not see that elusive paradise, while my life fell apart before my eyes. I do not want to pray, but it is all I can do. Who wrote the laws, and who ensures their purity and integrity? I ask my faith, and it stays silent. I dare not say I've already rid myself of the delusions embedded in the depths of my mind. No, I still harbor doubts. The monastery gets further and further away, and I find a handful of seeds in the folds of my robe. Oh, Clement, my son, I will find them a patch of moist soil, even if I were to die on the road. I doubt our laws, question my cowardice, suspect my bravery, and doubt pushes me on forward. Honestly, I hate alcohol, but suddenly I've found myself unable to live without it. It's been a long time since Julia's death. 3 years? 5? Twice in my life, I have run away. The so-called holy city of LATERANO is not as perfect as it seems. The sweetness and noise in the air mask the inequality beneath, the differences between Liberia and Sancta seemingly not worth discussing. I was still young when I came to Leithanien. The dark clouds I saw were a stark contrast to the white walls of LATERANO. Countless died tragically under the Witch King's regime. I was the first soldier to set foot in the Witch King's spire, but I never once believed that his defeat would usher in a new era for Leithanien. Julia was young. I've always been pessimistic. Disappointment makes me sober. Disappointment compels me to look for a few good things to protect. But in the end, I reached a compromise with my disappointment, and ended up like this. If souls truly have a final destination, then I most probably won't be going to the same place as her. But surely I've protected at least a few people at the very end. I want to ask Executor, Julia, and myself. Do I still count as a hero?
Am I walking? I never seem to stop. But where am I going? I seem to be walking along a sandy shore. A sticky beach, a strange creature from the ocean actually reverberated in my strings. It has the dullest inner voice I've ever heard, and I couldn't obtain any answers. The waves pushed me away from the beach. I was 20 then. I seem to be walking over sand dunes. Soft grains of sand. Opposite me is a warrior known as a Zaidan, as old as the golden grains. With every note I play, history roars from the cracks in the warrior's armor. I was 15 then. I am walking. I never stop. I am walking on... I seem to be walking on grass. Out on a lawn in the rain. I'm attending my first funeral. My thanks to Arturia. It was her music that helped me free me of my fetters. And my thanks to you, Marcello. Thank you for blessing me with a wonderful life all these years. I doubt we'll be apart for long. Once this war is over, we'll be together again. I stand before the gravestone, watching guests walk up, one by one, to pay their respects to my mother. I hear their voices clearly. Sorrow, lament, regret, ridicule, hatred, glee. But why and how? Were they still able to maintain the most suitable sadness on their faces? Do we not respect life only by facing death with our truest feelings? I remember what you told me, Mama. I can still hear your voice from time to time. How much courage do I need to be able to struggle free from my ego day after day? To be brave enough to make that first step? Freedom is so hard to find. But death, why is death so easy? I had finished my performance by the time I awoke. Fede, once again I couldn't control my own music. Arturia, you revere death so much. Death erases one's existence so easily and puts all emotions to rest. The melodies of those who face the truth and inevitably their deaths leave you impressed, but more often they leave you fearing, hating, doubting. But you are silent. How much more do you need to perform as you wander endlessly about? How long before you finally reach that future? How many more blank pieces do you need to compose for yourself? Even silence will be played, and every composition must have its conclusion.
I saw your only truth. You are so fragile. Arturia opens her eyes. She seems to have walked for a long time. Time is like a river, and people travel along with the flow. But why is she, step by step, trudging back the way she came? She feels she has become a broken vessel, and the unwavering affection, intense hatred, tremendous courage, and unreconcilable despair and remorse she has experienced through thousands of people, they drain from her, drop by drop, until she is left with only her empty self. She finds herself outside Kargerreich, in a plaza surrounded by a crowd, and motionless faces walk past her, and she stands there in a daze, mirroring the same expression as everyone else. Arturia looks up, lifting her head from the lawn. She never left. Dark clouds drift over her, and a glistening drop of rain falls on her face, like a tear. A tear for the grief and vulnerability she could not admit in time. Marfa, my love, you were the one who lifted me up from my darkest days, inspiring me. But now I can only live with thoughts of you. Should I go looking for you? Even if our fathers disagree, you must at least know that my love for you has never wavered, not in the slightest. Marfa, my love, you were the one who lifted me up from my darkest days, inspiring me to do whatever I wanted. But now I can only live with thoughts of you. I should go looking for you. Even if our fathers disagree, you must at least know that my love for you. Every person in the huge amphitheater before the spires is muttering something on repeat. They speak of their feelings, but their words lack even a hint of emotion. They do not see Arturia or anyone else. A triangle hits her arm as people cross paths with one another, and she almost drops her own instrument.
Grimmacht. Grimmacht.
Michael.
Don't leave me alone. It's futile, Federico. Good call.
The situation is out of control. Mass hallucination. This is the third time I've seen something like this, but the situation here is much more serious than it was at Sonata Spire.
It's out of a different nature. The Genesis Horn has crumbled after the Witch King's demise, and Kargereich is about to collapse into reality. It's not a simple hallucination either, but rather they are unable to resist the onslaught of chaos, and their various profound emotions are leaving them. What you're hearing from them now is the only emotion they have left, and their most intense.
What are you doing, Arturia?
The goodness gazettes, the law, morality, exemplary aesthetics, order cannot help them resist the all-pervasive chaos. Everyone in the plaza will turn into an empty shell of themselves one by one, as they lose their very last scrap of emotion.
We need to bring them back to their senses.
You alone are special here, Federico. For most, how can there be will without emotion? Only with emotions and emotions alone can people preserve their ego.
These people are blank, as you say, and you still plan to play their tunes.
No, this time my performance is about me. It's about my own emotions, and I'll share them with everyone here.
This sounds like another form of empathy. Yet you've tried many times to destroy the foundations of Laterano's empathy. You turned your back on Laterano long ago.
Turned my back on Laterano? Maybe I didn't care, but never once have I left Laterano of my own will. I just strongly disagree with the order represented by their law. As for empathy, its limits are actually the starting point of my vision for the future. I'll explain in more detail later, but for now, look at the countless people before us. They used to cry with all their might, to smile with enthusiasm, and even now are trying their utmost to retain the very last bit of emotion they experienced in their lives, right up until the final moment, even if they can no longer realize it themselves. Be it the Witch King or Julia, everyone is equally great and praiseworthy, but also equally incomplete and fragile. This is our ego, the very essence of our humanity. We must become strong, but we must also leave room for our ineradicable fragility. This is why we need a future where we can all stand side by side, sharing our joys and sorrows. I am perceiving myself, Federico. At this very moment, I can only give hope to others if I harbor hope myself, and likewise, with love. I want to use this tiny shred of ego to connect every sorrow and joy.
The sound of your strings. People are coming your way. That young noble's face is showing an expression.
Emotional reflux. An involuntary reaction. A hollowed-out soul needs time to re-accept everything.
Operation Assessment. Arturia, your actions will help stabilize the situation. Executor Federico Giallo will assist you. I will allow no one to interrupt you until you have finished playing. After the briefest of pauses, Arturia grips her bow tightly again. The movement builds towards its climax, the scrubbed strings resounding in a rapid flutter like a butterfly's wings. She manages a glance up at the sky and sees a giant crack suspended above the twin spires, an eye of darkness open wide. But still the sunset surrounds it, yet to be completely eroded. How beautiful the sunset is, like a blaze set aflame when the shackles are smashed open. That sound. The Sanctus performing. The knot's moving again. I can sense Eberholz. Ermengarde!
On it! On it!
Threads fly into the clouds from the Lich's fluttering robes. The wind traverses the sky again, and the frozen clouds resume their drifting. A mildly intense vibration follows right after, like the slight turbulence when a train enters a station.
The passage is stable. As long as you stay awake, they'll be out in no time.
Michael, wake up! Grimach must have entrusted you with something. You need to recall what it was.
My tuba.
Hold your instrument properly.
Grimmacht? Is this my memory? The strings are showing me.
The tuba's heavy, and you're tired, correct? Then say it. You're but a child. There's no need to hide what's in your heart. You are afraid? That's normal. Adults fear me, as do nobles older than yourself. Even the most voracious casters fear me. They believe my sword will pierce through their chests the moment it crosses my mind too. Yet you're unafraid, and you want to be my voice. Have you really thought this through? No, that doesn't matter. You're just a child, after all, who knew nothing when your kin sent you here. But don't cling to my leg. I can't wield my sword if you're like this. Fine. I'll just assume you're tired. You'll have to practice your instrument and arts later, in your own room. There are nobles waiting outside to see me, so I won't be coming back here today. You can take a nap, or play for a while. If you still want to be the Empress's voice, we can discuss it again when you're able to carry a tuba. Also, don't think that you have to become one just because that was what Lupercan expects of you. We cannot choose where we are born, but we should at least be able to choose when to turn around. Our responsibilities should not be forced on us by others. You'll have the right to play the horn I gave you when you've thought it through on your own, and decided on what you want to stand here as.
I remember now. I have to play my tuba. I have to tell the Gesetzeswächter everyone's safe. I won't disappoint you. Meine Majestät, Grimmacht.
Fine work, Michael.
The cello. It sounds so clear. Is Frau Giallo helping us? No, not just us. She's helping everyone. At the very least, we still have our souls for the moment. We can still fight. Is that the outside? Is this a passage? We can exit through it. Viviana, find Fromont and ensure that everyone in this space returns to Terra. What about you and Grimmacht? Us? Naturally, we'll fulfill the duty we've always shouldered.
To keep any and all threats away from Leithanien.
Finally, just the two of us now.
The final melody
has already resounded. Luisalote, your shield will cover the twin towers and everyone under the spires.
And your sword?
My fate has long since been decided, from the moment I stepped into this place. No, from even before that. Once the Genesis Horn broke away from the plans Fremo and I had drafted for it, and descended upon the center of Zwillingstürme, there was only one choice left to me.
Indeed. Hildegard, is there nothing else you want to ask me? Well, sure enough. Your response is pretty much what I expected.
The passage is closing rapidly. Darkness rushes in, filling up the tiny cracks that should not exist. Wrapped in the dark fog are countless restless eyes swarming towards the two of them and the reality behind them. A shade of gold brushes past a hue of black. Hakon's built a spire here, establishing order amidst chaos. As one who's inherited his power and even killed him, naturally I'll be able to surpass him in this as well. The eyes in the void, the threats within the chaos, the beings condensed from fear, the enemies who do not exist in reality. Demons. I, Grimmacht, Kaiserin of Leithanien, and her sharpest sword, hereby declare that you will never invade my country. A radiant blaze blossoms from Grimmacht's sword. The fragments of the Genesis spire scattered in the void reunite under the command of her arts, erecting a new spire. The monument stands between Kargerreich and reality, blocking the eyes in the dark from prying on all living existence. The twin spires in reality, the people beneath them, and the clouds above all blend into one under her light, becoming a blurry warm ripple, gradually drifting away from her. Grimmacht does not look back. Her arts, her sword, and her body have all become one with the pitch-black monument. They all say you are impossible to defeat. Be it here and now, or in the distant future, I will be undone by chaos before joining it. This is my fate. But it is absolutely not the fate of Leithanien and her people. The sunset. It's back. And so beautiful. Did something fall from the sky?
That's...
The irregular dark clouds crack open. A clearly visible hue of gold shines through the grim sky, gracefully caressing everyone's faces with its light. Leithanien's people wake up from their dystopian nightmare and are immediately greeted by dazzling clouds of rosy gold descending between the twin spires. No one knows who started it, but the people involuntarily begin to play the instruments in their hands. It is no longer the Guldenesgesetz or any other familiar classical piece. A brand new melody accompanying the multicolored radiance of Originium Arts echoes the excitement in everyone's hearts, flowing spontaneously under the rosy clouds.
Did you see that, Federico? Leithanien's new hero. No, the birth of a new god. The one who killed Hakon's for the second time, neutralized Leithanien's calamity and brought hope and vitality to the people of this great land. Leithanien's sole Kaiserin, ewige Gnade, the eternal grace. She will replace the Genesis Spire completely and become the sovereign of Leithanien skies, more splendid than the gold of the sunset itself. Gold, that Zwillingstürme. The people are ecstatic, and her wish is fulfilled. But this newborn god, she sheds a tear. The brilliance of her golden radiance snatches away everyone's attention, leaving the tear rolling off her face to remain in darkness for eternity.
So much stuff there. Just so much stuff there. So many CGs. Like, what was even happening? Who was over there going like, how many CGs do we want to cram into this one singular cutscene? All of them? Why not? I'm all for that, but holy shit. Also, that Viviana moment at the beginning of the cutscene we just went through, holding her hand in front of herself, I was just like, that is weirdly familiar. Where are we going? The moment the word sword speeder fell. I think I flipped my shit. I knew where this was going, but holy frick. What the hell? More on that in a bit. I'm not gonna say anything anymore about that moment, but there is more to that, and look forward to the outro cutscene right now that we're gonna go through, but holy shit. Anyway, our final epilogue cutscene for this story, ST-3, Coda, Evening Glow. The curtains fall on the grandest ceremony, in that moment cementing more than just the sunlight.
You're hurt. Am I? That new arts teacher is so scary. Maybe I got bruised by him during training earlier.
It hurts.
Does it? It's nothing. The hearts in our bodies will heal our wounds in no time. Why are you crying, Hildegard? Haven't you been injured far worse than this before?
No, we can't. We shouldn't be treated like this. Hand me the wooden sword. I'll go look for the caster. I'll go find Leopold and everyone who treats us like creations instead of recognizing us as people with feelings.
And what are you going to do after that?
Resist.
You might not even achieve anything.
That's fine. I just need to prove something to them all. To you and to myself.
Which is?
That I'm alive. And that my sorrow, my joy, my pain, my love and my life, that they definitely mean something. It's beautiful, just like it always has been. It's getting colder lately. Autumn will be over in a month or two, but Zwillingstürme doesn't tend to see any snow, so the sunset won't wane. This is surreal. You're definitely not the type to soliloquize while appreciating the view. What I'm trying to say is that there are no longer any traces of unrest after just half a month. The twin spires tower over us as usual. The clouds are as splendid as always, and the people pass by both Gnade Avenue and Macht Avenue as if nothing happened at all. No, something has changed. We can't ignore that. How are your injuries? The old man said it's nothing serious, but you did stay in Kargerreich for a bit too long, and it's hard to say if you're completely free of corrosion. I haven't had any more headaches since then, at least. You're braver than I imagined, Ebenholz. You've saved so many people. I just couldn't allow those echoes haunting me to hurt any more people. You met with the Witch King, and whatever you cursed or killed him, you've already completed the last thing you could still do. So what's next for you?
I hope I'm not intruding on you both. Hey, Ebenholz. I was looking for you on Grimmacht's behalf.
And here I thought it would be Ignated to send you to punish a dead man for coming back to Leithanien without permission. What's this?
Grimmacht handed me 2 secret letters. One calling for you to return to Zwillingstürme, and the other granting you a final choice.
Have you been staying in the Spire the whole time since the incident?
Officially, there are still 2 Kaiserinnen in Leithanien. Grimmacht is just away for the time being, and someone has to handle the mountain of paperwork she left behind. Only I can do it, as I always have.
You're set on that? Leithanien might have only one single Spire in the future.
I came to Zwillingstürme to meet with the Kaiserinnen 7 years ago. Ignated didn't like my performance, my caution, or maybe my status as Lupokarn's representative. It was Grimmacht who saved me. And it didn't end there. I am her voice, even if she didn't, and now never will, appoint me as one for real. You, me, and even some of the nobility, many Leithanians believe in the path Grimmacht was seeking, right? It might lead us to an era where we won't need spires at all. There's still so much more we can do.
The way you're talking... You've matured since the last time I saw you, Michael.
That's because I'm a growing boy after all. Hey, Ebenholz, I see you're done reading the letters, so I'll take my leave now. Whatever your answer is, I hope you'll be happy with it.
Your expression is a little hard to read. Grimmacht gave me 2 options. I could get another death certificate, not just as Graf Urtica, but also as Leithanian. By dying, I will obtain true freedom. Or, I could return to the Urtica Grafschaft. Let me tell you a story. There was once a young boy... I'm not very good at telling stories, but just listen to me. The boy's family served as retainers to a certain aristocracy for generations. From one generation to the next, the retainers fought on the noble's behalf, shedding blood, vying for glory, and bearing any rebukes from them. Until a certain noble came along. Birth, tradition, systems. He saw them all as worthless. Everyone looked the same to him. Mediocre, frail, and shallow. So with a piece of paper he removed the status of every retainer working for his family, and the boy's family obtained their freedom. Afterwards, the noble became the most controversial ruler in the history of the country. His crimes eventually eclipsed his accomplishments, his spire was toppled, and the empire ushered in a new age. Many decisions made during his lifetime were also overruled, including the decree to remove his retainer's shackles. One day, the young boy was told that the deposed king's descendant was granted leniency by the new Kaiser, and had regained his family's territory. He was told he needed to rush back to the spire to meet his master. Fate seemed to only turn a corner before coming right back again. But in the end, the boy never managed to enter the spire. The newly arrived noble refused to sign the documents that could get him his servant back. This new noble, as they said, was also a boy around his age. Once again, the boy obtained freedom. The boy's name was Lessing Meyer, and that newly arrived noble was you, Ebenholz, the 12-year-old Graf Urtica. You'll never remember it, so don't bother trying. Back then I was so full of anxiety, afraid that someone was playing a prank on me, so I asked a servant to find out what was going on. She said the young Graf's migraine seemed to be upsetting him again. He chased all the attendants out of his room, with many documents scattered across the floor. Don't take this as grumbling about some fateful arrangement. I'm just telling the truth about how one
unintentional move from you changed someone else's entire life. You spurned your identity, as well as the regrets and suffering you bore from it. Of course, I'm sure you know better than anyone else how real your pain was. But at the same time, I hope you also know their value, and how we should regard them. Danke for telling me all this, even though you were positively awful at it. Have I ever mentioned what I experienced back at the Genesis Horn? Nein. I didn't think it worth bringing up before, but I suppose I can tell you what I didn't get to tell the Witch King before he vanished in front of my eyes. You have no heir. I'm merely a descendant who shares the name Ortica. Before your time, it had yet to carry either honor or so-called disgrace. This changed because of you alone, so I will change it once more, but never by the same means you used. This is my way of mocking you. This is my shame, my cage. This is my duty, my obligation. This is my path. So you had already decided back then? Then why did you make that face earlier, while you were reading the Kaiserin's letters? Because there are still other matters, which have suddenly become somewhat tricky to deal with.
Ebenholz! I finally found you!
Hibiscus?
Have you forgotten who you are?
No.
You're a Rhode Island operator. I'm sure you've read the operator manual you got after onboarding, right? Carefully from cover to cover. I invite all of you to witness how 2 centuries of sin will come to a conclusion. How fortunate it is that this day of farewell has finally arrived, for I have seen my life's path ahead of me crystal clear.
What's that she's reading?
Operators must go through a strict approval process whenever they apply to leave the landship. How could you just run off after leaving that unintelligible letter? I haven't even had time to hand it in yet.
Give it back, Hibiscus. I'll be staying in Leithanien for the foreseeable future. I'll return to the Ortica Grafschaft. As I'd like to resubmit my application to disembark, could you please help me to...
You'd better go see the doctor or Katsit in person for that.
Is the landship nearby?
How else would I be here? It's not that close, but we do have some business nearby to handle.
You don't seem at all surprised to hear that I want to return to Ortica. We've been on edge ever since we left Weisheim.
That's because you weren't gnashing your teeth spouting nonsense this time, which means you've thought this through.
Zwillingstürme, Bachshof, Bach Street. Viviana looks at the courtyard before her. It is not large by any measure, but still well maintained. The low stone steps surrounding the planted vegetation have been removed and enclosed with a waxy white oak fence, presumably to prevent the homeowners from tripping over them. A small house sits quietly in the center, embraced by the grass. Freshly painted white walls reflect the morning sun, casting the climbing vines in a radiant glow. Come in, Viviana. You made it. When Bach was president of the glorious Capital project, he specially patterned the street after the one he lived in as a child. Doesn't it bear a striking resemblance to Margot Alley? 2 years ago, a Markgraf returned to their territory to recuperate from illness, so Cora bought this place, but never moved in. It was only after you came to the city that she asked me to come and help clean the place up. So, how does it look?
It's lovely, only these vines don't have to be trimmed so much. Let them grow as they please, or they'll look somewhat stiff.
Alright. There's no need to hold back your thoughts, Viviana.
Herr Rainer, this is the first time I'm seeing your face.
It's been so many years. This is the first time I've taken off the Gesetzeswächter mask and shown my true face to anyone else, not since I came to Zwillingstürme. It's my identity, my duty, and my everything. I guess a Gesetzeswächter shouldn't be reminiscing about the mastermind who spoiled das Kaiserinnenfest and tampered with the Gesetz.
Herr Rainer, about what happened that day?
There's no need to blame yourself, Viviana. Whenever Cora set her heart on something, she would never look back. You would only be dragged along with her. Her eyes were already going when she joined the Reichsorchester on Vanna's recommendation that year. I promised Vanna I'd do my best to help the girl he saved. But I gradually came to discover that she had her own feelings, her own judgments, her own desires. She wanted to help Lucinda, to save Vanna, and even to modify the Gesetz. She wanted to ensure that the kind-hearted people would never be tormented by their own regrets ever again. She was a resolute woman, and I've always respected her. But she was even more courageous than I had thought. And so her fate is sealed. If it were me, I can't even imagine how it would feel. Thank you, Viviana. Have you made your decision?
I went to see Viviana before coming here and formally declined her offer to become an Empress's voice. As per protocol, new recruits have to enter the spires after the celebration and accept their Majesty's appointment before they can officially assume their positions. But Her Majesty Grimmath has just lost her voice, and this year's appointment ceremony has been cancelled, so it's an appropriate time to submit my refusal.
If this is what you've decided on, then I have nothing to say. It's just that Viviana, this was the best and last thing he could arrange for you. Don't blame your father. He just lacked the freedom to do otherwise.
My father let me and my mother down, but he protected so many others. Cora in the Witch King's Spire, House Hochberg, which could have been implicated at any moment, and the countless people of Sturmland forced into a difficult position by a copy of the Gesetz. From beginning to end, he was caught up in the vortex of his time. He witnessed, experienced, lost, was powerless to change anything, and could only do his utmost to fend off the storm. He never left a single line, but regardless, this is a poet's way of writing about himself.
Viviana, I'm glad you feel that way, child.
Whether sending me to Casimir's or arranging my appointment as an Empress's voice, it was never because he thought the paths he chose for me were good. He simply saw me as a child in need of constant protection, a job at which he failed to excel. So I don't blame him.
Then I presume you won't be returning to Sturmland either.
In Casimir's, I felt like a stranger. The bright neon lights, the noisy arenas, the prized battles, as well as the glory and honor, they were never a part of me. But when I returned to Sturmland, to Zwillingstürme, that feeling never went away. To me, Leithanien is just the candles and books I had back in those dark nights. The marigolds in bloom everywhere, they also symbolize parting. I've always been able to make my own choices.
Choices. People can only truly face their own weaknesses when they have options.
Herr Rainer.
It's nothing. After Das Kaiserinnenfest, you said you needed to inform your friends in Casimir's about your experience in Kargerreich.
I've already sent a letter. I should be receiving a reply soon.
And after that?
To the lighthouses, to where once they were.
What?
Just a line from a book I read when I was young. Allow me to bid you farewell. Lebe wohl, Herr Rainer.
Lebe wohl.
Goodbye, Cora. Goodbye, Zwillingstürme.
Frau Droste! Whew. Frau Droste, the NEARL you've been waiting for 2 weeks for is finally here, just up ahead at the crossing.
Madame Viviane Droste.
Mr. Mlinar.
The NEARL family has received your correspondence. I just happened to be near Leithanien, so I came as soon as I could. In your letter, you mentioned seeing, and even touching, a campaign knight sword spear with the NEARL family crest. Tell me everything.
So this is the melody of the present moment? Indeed. What you're hearing are all the emotions I'm feeling. It's no different from what I usually hear. The people of Zwillingstürme love you after all. And you love them too. This has never changed. You were there too when I returned to reality from the Genesis horn. Perform the melody back then for me, Sancta. That's impossible. Oh? I cannot record the moment a tear rolled down your cheek. If it did not fall onto the depths of your soul to bloom into fruition, then it was merely a drop of water impossible to retain, evaporated by the sun as it fell. I see. The year the spire was built, a scholar gave a public lecture at the Leithanien Academy of Arts. He claimed that people born from arts lack an innate soul. The very next day, he received a transfer, a promotion normally impossible for him to obtain in his lifetime, becoming the Kaiserin's attendant. Unfortunately, he passed just a year later from overworking himself in the depths of the spire, though he left behind a scholarly magnum opus before his death, overturning all of his previous opinions. Would you like to have a look at it, Sancta? The writing is mediocre, so I did not allow its publication, but the emotions contained within are actually quite interesting. Are you planning to lock me up in your spire too?
I'll let you in, Sancta. The Kaiserin has not approved your audience.
Bring him over.
Executor Federico of the LATERANO Notarial Hall. I have recently submitted several requests to the Empress's Voices for an audience.
So you're the Lateran Saint?
I am here to recover the fugitive, Arturia.
Your sister has done many things in Leithanien.
Former Reichsorchester tuner Cora Löwenstein and the remnants of the Witch King.
Cora? No, I'm not talking about that. The Ludwigsuniversität case concluded long ago. The Kaiserinnenfest did go through some incidents, but the final performance was satisfactory. I'm sure you've seen the whole thing, Herr Saint. I hope Leithanien's might and magnificence will leave a deep impression on you, even after you leave.
Am I to take your statement as such? Leithanien is prepared to refuse any procedural communication with LATERANO over Arturia and her criminal offenses.
Are you questioning my decision?
Federico hears the sound of swords and floor colliding. He lifts his head and looks at the Empress of Leithanien. Ignatus stands in the sunset's afterglow, her long skirt infused with a warm gold, but behind her lies a long hallway comprised of shadows. He counts dozens of Gesetzeswächter standing at attention in silence, their swords resounding.
Federico Giallo, don't move just yet.
And what is this? An arts device? A Lateran-made drone?
I am just a little machine. On some occasions, you can also treat me as a messenger.
And to whom do you belong?
I belong to LATERANO. There is someone who wishes to speak with you, Empress of Leithanien.
Long time no see, Viviana.
Your Holiness.
Your Majesty, Arturia Giallo has been taken away.
Yes, I saw.
If you wish to keep her here, then we shall not let them leave so easily, even if Evangelista the 11th himself were to show up in person.
Of course you wouldn't. However, that aging Pope has brought us a message. He said that the disaster is imminent, and when the time comes, LATERANO won't be the only nation affected. He hopes for Leithanien and LATERANO to cooperate and overcome this crisis together.
His usual rhetoric, then.
Hakonson said something similar. Within the chaos right before the illusionary throne he had created for himself. He said hope is already lost, and eternity is no more. And then, after that, I saw them with my own eyes, the enemy hibernating within the chaos. At one point, they came infinitesimally close to our Leithanien.
Give us the order, and we will bring the Sancta back for you. No, not just her. We will do anything, no matter the cost. Whatever it takes to find a way to re-enter the chaotic space and bring Grimmacht back.
Hildegard. In the final moment before the Genesis horn completely disintegrated, I raised my shield, protecting the twin spires and everyone beneath. But not her.
What?
Brandt, watch this sunset with me. I asked her if she wanted to know why. If she wanted to ask why I let everything be, even though I knew it would turn out as it did. Or to ask me why I turned my back on her at the very last moment. But she didn't. She didn't even hesitate to do what she normally does, turning to face the enemy head-on. As we passed each other, her final words were to wish that I could have this sunset as I wanted.
Grimmacht is a great ruler. We will never forget her sacrifice and continue the fight for Leithanien's future.
So you've made your decision too?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Very good, Brandt. Hakonson built a spire in that impossible chaos, naming it after the one that has long since crumbled in reality. He declared that it would stand eternal. Therefore, I can achieve the same. No, I can surpass it even. I will keep this sunset for all eternity. It will bathe Leithanien and everything that will belong to Leithanien in eternal grace. That's the last of it. It's not like you'll be able to stuff the spire down your pocket if you keep staring at it, you know?
But is that truly impossible?
Professor.
Alright, don't glare at me like that. I'll return the statue I got from the Beschwörungsklassroom's entrance, if it comes down to it.
You put the thing in my cube thing?
What? It's valuable, you know. I spilled Farenmut blood all over it a century ago.
Let's get a move on. The rest of us are going, even if you aren't.
Ermengarde, are we really...
There's no way a lich can become a Leithanien. Shouldn't you already know that better than anyone else, having been here the longest? The Sarkas have always wandered this land, and us Liches have always been the nomads of our people. We walk the land collecting and guarding knowledge. We protect our tradition from war and strife, so we leave the moment the place we're at isn't stable anymore. And Leithanien's about to undergo some radical changes. Grimmart stayed behind in the chaos, so there is no one left to hold Viviana back.
Ah, comes on, you damn codger. You ought to die 1,000 more deaths for the mess you left us. Feel like coming back to life again and wipe your own behind? An impossible feat even if you were to say yes. And if such an opportunity did exist, we should leave it to the more springly youngsters anyway.
Do you mean there's a chance for Grimmart to... Have you come up with a way to enter Kargerreich?
Easy now, it won't happen so soon. But Hakomton was right. The time of annihilation is nigh. Where will us Liches find our place when the entire land is beset by calamity? And that's why we shouldn't bother ourselves with all that trouble. Our noble days shall come to an end.
Alright, then where to next?
Where else? Tell your new friends at Castel that the Lich King's court... No, not the court. Tell them that the keepers of the Temple of Knowledge are preparing to return home.
The special correspondence with Viviana is over. I share LATERANO's caution and once again offered my hopes of advancing together with Leithanien. When the time comes, we will further analyze the incident in Zwillingstürme according to the information brought back by Federico Giallo. It was clearly more than just a revolt instigated by the remnants of the Witch King. Perhaps what happened there was a harbinger of the disaster, much like the warning LATERANO received. Viviana, the only Empress of Leithanien with a voice now, the way she spoke was appropriate enough, and her attitude sufficiently ambiguous. I could even imagine her expressions. All within my expectations. The Lateran declaration didn't really receive any practical response after the Summit of Nations. From the furthest coastlines to the Centrum, the disaster remains a secret in many countries. Faith unites LATERANO, while division has always been an everlasting blight upon this great land. But if we wait until the disaster connects all nations into one, it will be too late. We already have a vague outline of what we're facing, but are we still unable to deduce its source? Analysis complete. Threat level at maximum. Disaster unknown. Path simulated failed. LATERANO synchronized outbreak. LATERANO will accelerate the development of yet more emergency response mechanisms. I need to reconfirm the list of suitable personnel.
That settles the formalities of the handover. In accordance with the bilateral agreement between LATERANO and Leithanien, the Empress's voice and I will ensure that Arturia Giallo returns to Leithanien when necessary.
The aforementioned agreement has been confirmed.
That's it. I guess this is goodbye for real.
Michael, feel free to come and find me anytime, whether I'm in LATERANO or on Rhode Island.
Huh. This is new, Herr Executor. What's with the human touch in your words today?
Human touch. A uselessly vague descriptor. I just have an intuition. This incident has not yet been fully resolved. To be more precise, what we experienced was just the beginning.
You're here at last, Federico.
The Empress let you go, but that does not mean I can immediately take you away. The handover procedure was somewhat more tedious than planned.
Fine work, I assume.
You heard Hakon's final words within the chaos. What exactly did he tell you?
Get in line. Everyone wants to know. Nobles, scholars, Witch King's remains, Evigignade, they're all guessing what exactly Hakon's legacy will be. Might, power, knowledge? What do you think, Federico?
All I saw was an enormous mass of shadows that didn't exist in reality. Hakon's death 23 years ago is the only fact of the matter. No matter how many images he fabricated for himself, or how many words he spoke, they were all simply echoes of the past.
He may have failed to conquer death, but he did manage to carve all his emotions into the void itself. His complacency, frustration, loathing, regret, and his expectations. He said our genesis is also our end, and that our abilities are also our incompetence.
The invasion of chaos is inevitable. The master of all existence will awaken. A difficult threat to decipher. Perhaps this is somehow related to His Holiness's attitude. He was the one who entrusted me with the mission of bringing you back to LATERANO. Arturia, you said at the amphitheater that you never left LATERANO of your own accord. I freely admit the gaps in our laws, and that emotion may be a supplementary force we can use to help LATERANO face this new threat, but it is undefiable, and bound to come with unknown risks. Therefore, I will increase my vigilance over you in order to determine the subjective motivations and possible objective consequences of your actions. I.e., I will shoot to kill if I find anything suspicious.
I am most grateful, your beautitude, for with your refined rationality, you're my most suitable executioner. Alright, Federico, if you're not in a hurry to set off on your next journey, then take a good look at this sunset. This is the moment where Zwillingstürme reveals the pinnacle of its beauty. Such splendor is both fleeting and fragile. Soon, night will fall. Do you still remember the question you once asked me? LATERANO seems to stand eternally white and flawless, shining with an everlasting radiance. So where is the first place to light up when the sun goes down? Back then, I promised you that I would bring you to the highest point in LATERANO for a look.
I know the answer.
Oh?
I went to the top of the basilica after I met with the Pope and received my sainthood. Once night falls in the city, the streets to the right of the Tower of Revelations will be the first to light up. I even looked into why this is the case. The Lateran Office of Electrical Management has an integrated program for the city's public energy grid. The area I mentioned belongs to the district where the Tower of Revelations is located. Outside, the operator at the management office is left-handed and has a mild case of obsessive-compulsive disorder. He starts from the leftmost switch to the control panel every day. The lights start from the street to the right of the Tower of Relations, and then through the Notorial Hall and firearm workshops in Pagus Michaelion, to the Sunset Chapel in Pagus St. Marcel, and then all the way to the Chapel Square. At night, the streetlights in LATERANO illuminate in order.
I should have expected as much. Your answer, as the most rational person I've ever known. I also...
And they look just as nice as they were before.
I was going to tell you that I actually wasn't frightened as you might have thought back in that tiny room. Even constant darkness and silence cannot obstruct the feelings between two people. Of course, your findings aren't bad at all either. They remind me that my question does not indeed have a definitive answer, somewhere out there. The lights will turn on again. Even the halos on our heads have never gone out. Light is a constant, while darkness is temporary. As for our emotions, grief and joy may happen only in certain moments of our lives, but we can always feel them all the same. They have never left us. Like how the sunset has never truly left the sky.
And that marks the end of this side story. Like I said, there's gonna be a bonus episode once we are around the weekend mark, where we're gonna cover the rest of the stuff that is in here that I haven't had the opportunity to go over. And this is a long episode, and I'm tired. But yeah, bonus episode is gonna be coming over the weekend. Plus, I'm gonna be including the Virtuosa operator record, which I haven't read yet right now, but I'm gonna presume it's gonna be another epilogue to the story. So we're gonna see what happens in that one when we get to the bonus episode. But for now, let's talk this story, because oh boy. First off, considering that I've seen the graphs that people post about with, you know, word count in the sorry, I almost said Japanese, in the Chinese client of this game, and up until probably some stuff later, up until this story, there were several stories that had like top spot, like obviously Lone Trail, but Zwillingstürme, when it came out in the Chinese client, from what I'm aware, was the story with the most word count in general. And I was kind of wondering where we're gonna be, or how long the story is gonna be, because the beginning of the story didn't feel like that much. And I know for some of you it might be like, what is he talking about? The beginning of the story didn't feel that long. The first couple of cutscenes are like the current usual average length of a cutscene, somewhere in between. And by the way, this from my recording goes somewhere in between 20 to 30 minutes. So I'm counting that as like the average for a cutscene. And most of these cutscenes throughout all of the stages were pretty much like that. Some were like a half an hour, but most of them were like 20-30 minutes long. And then comes this section. And then comes this section. Actually, I'm quite curious because I haven't edited this yet. Let me just throw a quick peek. Alright, so you guys will have an easier time to do this on just using the timestamps to differentiate the time. But from just initial peek and calculating, this stage is an hour and a half, if I am not completely incorrect. If I'm not counting the battle stage that I included in between. Cutscenes alone should amount to an hour and a half. I'm gonna see that later when I edit this whole thing together. But holy shit. So this is where the bulk of it was. Oh my god. This is actually funny thing. This is actually topping, I think, the longest cutscene single cutscene that I recorded in this game so far, with a voiceover, and that was actually in Lone Trail. Lone Trail had 2 of these types of epilogues, and the first one at the end was just over an hour, just a couple of minutes over an hour long, and that was just a single cutscene. So these two put together, if you wanna look at that way, are an hour and a half. So they actually topped that cutscene. What the hell, Hypergriff? Chill. You need to chill. These stories are amazing, but you need to chill. What? This was insane. But on the other hand, probably the coolest shit in the story happened in this section right here. Like, holy moly. Oh boy. But yeah, let's do a usual run through the characters. And let's start with Ebenholz. Oh my god. the guy went through so much pain, even more pain. I'll say this. Considering what was happening, here is a thought. How many of you were dreading when reading through the sections where they were in the separate dimension and everybody was seeing like apparitions of people they meant or other people, you know, the past? How many of you were dreading that at some point Ebenholz is gonna run into Kreide? Cause oh my god, my ass was running on asphalt. Holy shit, I was butt clenching the entire way through just waiting for Kreide to pop up somewhere in that whole sequence. I'm happy that it didn't happen. I'm also a bit sad that it didn't happen, but at the same time, he finally had some little closure. That little white screen with remembering him, and that all they needed together was just to be around each other, play music, smile, and that's it. They just needed a tiny bit of hope for each other. That segment destroyed me. Not gonna lie. Kreide might have not appeared on screen and talked to Ebenholz, but that little segment of Ebenholz finding his peace destroyed me. This whole story in general, so many things were just emotional strings were pulled, and so many throwbacks and callbacks to the previous stories, like everything around Federico throwing back and calling back to the just recent story Hortus de Escapismo, Viviana stuff calling back obviously to Casimir's and her past, and oh, speaking of heartbreaks, Viviana, holy hell, she went through some stuff as well. Just seeing all the what if scenarios of her past, and if something would have gone a tiny bit different and she would have been around her parents or lived with Cora or something. Oh, I had some pains reading through that through every single one of those cutscenes. Every time child Viviana appears, my heart immediately went like, yup, get ready. Oh, get ready. You're about to witness another tragic end for her parents and her being absolutely depressed and stuff like that. Oh god, no. Holy shit. But yeah, also Viviana having to kill the one person that was kind of like a stand-in mother almost to her in a sense, even though they didn't really have much contact with outside of Cora taking her over to Casimir's and then reuniting back here, but I guess at least Cora had someone take her life who, you know, was not an asshole. I don't know. At least it wasn't Brandt, I guess. Damn. But also Brandt, Jesus. Speaking of Brandt, that was the last character in this story that I expected to see his face. I did not expect to see his face in this entire story. They literally just had him be the regular Gesetzeswächter. They never even actually showed his name in any of the text boxes. He was always Gesetzeswächter. That was all he was the entire way through, even though everybody keeps using a name for him. And I'm like, why is his name not appearing? Huh? He isn't technically even an NPC anymore, like a random NPC anymore. He's a named NPC with a face. What? And he never got the treatment of having his name used in the text box. What the hell? Hypergriff, please? Give this man some respect? But yeah, anyway. Damn, he also... Jeez. Every single person in this story had to go through some goddamn shit. However, the little bit of Federico stuff, well, talking about the specific part of him talking and interacting with Julia and those specific moments actually being the first time he felt emotions, that little touch, that's why I put in effort for you guys who are just watching and who are not watching but listening mostly, to redirect you to look at the screen and see the black and white picture from Hortus where he's holding the flower, but then at one later moment when the flower went into color, signaling that for the first time he felt emotions. Oh, that was so big and good. Holy shit, he's understanding. Funny enough, for those of you who have seen it already, but if you haven't, you can find it here on the channel. The operator record for Executor Alter has a very similar kind of notion to it, where at the end of the operator record, he kinda starts perceiving and thinking about the color blue a lot. And it's kind of like a signal of he's starting to understand emotions. He's getting there. He's slowly getting there. But yeah, anyway, back to our characters. Arturia. She's still a psycho. She's still a psycho and everybody loves her. I want a security detachment around myself when I interact with her. But anyway. Interesting, did not really redeem herself in any kind of way throughout this whole story, but she got her conclusion. She got an answer to some stuff. She even interacted with the big boy. And yeah, what else to say there? She's entertaining. I will not lie, she's entertaining and I do enjoy her, but Arturia, my dear, what you are trying to achieve is gonna just probably annihilate humanity on this planet. Please don't. Please don't do that. There is a reason why we put mental blocks and mental blockades on how we express ourselves. It is nice to talk to others, it is nice to express your emotions to others, and trying to get the other person to understand you, but the way you're trying to do it is not the best way. Let's put it that way. Let's put it that way. The way you're trying to go about it, no. Chill. Try and get Federico to feel emotions, rather. That should be your goal in life. But yeah. She is definitely interesting, and I do wonder where her whole thing is gonna lead and what kind of role she might be playing in the future. But there's also her operator record, so we still have one thing to go through in the future when we get to that. But yeah, I don't really have much else to say about that outside of she's crazy, her plan is absolute insanity, and will probably kill a shit ton of people if she goes through with it. Because let's be real here, people, when they have free reign to express their emotions, tend to go a bit nuts. As in stories, as in real life. And that's all I'm gonna say to that. But anyway, other characters. Michael. And yes, that is how you pronounce his name, cause German. Michael, not Michael. If you hear anybody say his name Michael, you take a German textbook and you slap them in the face with it. I wish I was joking. But yeah, anyway. Michael. What else to say there? I'm really interested to see more of his background, I would say. Like the family that sent him in, more rather. That kind of piqued my interest more than anything else. Mostly because of the Syracusan stuff and, you know, the wolves and so on and so on and so forth. But yeah. Kind of interested to see his family. Family in quotes, I'm talking mafia. Yeah, maybe there's gonna be more with that in the future, but we'll see. Outside of that, he has been raised by Grimmacht, and I'm kind of feel a bit sorry for him that Grimmacht is now gone. She's basically his foster mother. But yeah, damn. What else to say? Again, also, I've pointed this out before. Federico has a neck to kinda get attached to kids, or kids getting attached to him, which is very adorable. But also at the same time, it, like we've seen in Hortus, without spoiling anything, the kids seem to be his Achilles heel and somehow make him be more human, which is very interesting. But yeah. Lessing. Oh boy. Lessing's background at the end that we heard literally in this final cutscene was very interesting. I did not expect to hear that Lessing was, or rather Lessing's whole family was once upon a time, pretty much retainers and, what was the word again? Guards, or bodyguards essentially for the Urtikas, and that he was supposed to be Ebenholz's actual bodyguard, or rather retainer, but it never happened because of pure coincidence and Ebenholz throwing away the papers to sign. Oh, that made me laugh. That made me laugh so much. And it's such a beautiful coincidence right there. And I do love the little budding friendship between Lessing and Ebenholz throughout the whole thing. Yes, they started on a very hostile relationship because obvious reasons, but once things started to clear out and they started to interact with each other more and more and more, I do like that. I do hope those two are gonna be hanging around each other more when eventually we continue from wherever we're gonna pick off in the future. But also, Lessing is a motherfucking badass. That little CG of him and that moment where he busts in to save Ebenholz's ass, damn, that one went super hard and I love it. Viviana. can't even get words out. Her whole thing throughout the story, just getting to a point where she finally gets, what's the word I'm trying to find here? Finally moves on, essentially. Finally finds it in herself to move on. And oh my god, I already pointed it out, but oh my god, that whole sequence, first off starting with all of her young versions, seeing them in the what if scenarios, all of those broke my heart. But that one moment where she finally stands her ground, protects the final version of herself that she meets, which is coincidentally the very real version of herself. And I do love it that they throw back to the Last Night book, because of course they will. I had to laugh a bit about that, but still at the same time hearing again about the Last Night and that book being like a big influence on her life, I like it. I know it's not gonna happen, but I kind of want because, you know, certain elements kind of wanna have a meeting of sorts. It would be actually hilarious. I kind of wanna hear how it would go. But yeah, is she got a fangirl over him? Anyway, that whole build up for her protecting herself, essentially standing her ground and conjuring up a sword spear out of thin air. First off, like I already pointed out, her pointing her hand in front of herself and the thing appearing in her hand later, I already had a feeling this is kind of familiar of a scene, that whole pose she's doing, and then the thing just appears out of nowhere. First off, I thought she conjured up like a pseudo replica of NEARL's sword spear, but no. Judging from also fucking Mlinar. Anyway, but judging from how Mlinar reacted to it and what he said, and obviously from what we know from the fact that he did learn that the NEARLs, aka Margaret's and Maria's parents, were lastly seen in Leithanien somewhere. Pretty much very reason why he's here. Very reason. I was speculating on if the next Leithanien story is actually going to include Mlinar, and I was kind of not wrong. He's here, even though he showed up just for a split second as a cameo. But I was kind of right. He appeared, and he might actually be involved in the next one, judging from where we left off. Right here, because of the fact that the spear that Viviana conjured up was potentially from her parents, which makes sense because the things in the void that are there, that are manifesting, are things that exist in reality, things that had somehow been in contact through someone. So someone was in there, or someone had contact with the space and left their impression of something in there. The very reason why she called up on a spear is obviously because she was thinking of the radiant light of NEARL. But at the same time, a spear appears in her hand, and it apparently is a spear that is not of NEARL's, but of her parents. And that is the wild thing there. But damn, so many goosebumps for that goddamn scene when the spear appeared. Oh my god. Literally calling back to that one scene with NEARL facing off against her final opponent in NEARL Light, and it's pretty much the same pose and everything. Almost a 100% overlap between the two pictures. But yeah, holy shit. Glad that she got some closure, and yeah, I guess next she's heading to Rhode Island. I do love the fact that when she hears that NEARL, by the way, again, that a NEARL has come to pick her up, I was like, holy shit, is Margaret here? The fuck? But no, Mlinar pops up. I love her slight confusion. Mr. Mlinar? Like, huh? Well, a NEARL appeared. You wanted a NEARL. But yeah, anyway. I do want to see now. Eventually the story will continue, as this is obviously not over. But potentially, Mlinar will be playing a role in that next one, but we'll see about that when we get to it. Moving on, Federico. What to say about this boy? Or what else to say about this man, that he is slowly growing as a human being? That's all there is to it. I do love his by the book run through this whole story. He just keeps going at his own pace. He knows 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and he keeps going at his pace, and he's doing shit, and people are just swept along or have to stop him. Oh boy. But anyway, he gets Arturia, loses Arturia, gets Arturia again, kinda gets her again. But I guess he's gonna get custody for Arturia at some point. At least he has a guarantee now, on paper, I guess. But yeah, anyway. It is very nice to see the guy slowly grow as a character, and as a person as well on top of it, because damn, I wonder how long it's gonna be until he finally gets to the point of, hey, I know how emotions now work. But yeah, anyway, that is that, and our final operators to go through. Mlinar I already mentioned, and I presume he's gonna play a role, as I suspected at the end of the Mlinar side story, the vignette side story, that he's gonna play a role in some future Leithanien story. I was actually expecting it to be this one, considering the cliffhanger of him learning about the NEARLs being in Leithanien, but that did not happen yet. He learned another clue about them, so I kinda hope the next Leithanien story is gonna include him more. But we'll see about that. Maybe even Margaret is gonna join in. And then our final operator that appeared in this story, Hibiscus. Oh my god, I was laughing so hard. She literally angry ran at freaking Ebenholz and started yelling at him. I was losing my shit the first time around. Reading myself. Oh my god, just suddenly out of nowhere yelling his name, and he just big what? Immediate panic. Oh, that was amazing. She is truly becoming the mom of Rhode Island. Truly. For those of you who want to see more, I recommend one of the recent uploads to the channel, which is the Cherny operator record, where you can see even more about that, how she's literally on the verge of slapping a bitch. Everybody's just stressing her the shit out. But yeah, she's truly the mom of Rhode Island at this point. Alright, our non-operators. First off, Cora, kinda already touched upon her. I mean, pretty much anybody who is involved with the Witch King I can pretty much throw into the same bag of, oh boy, everybody suffered because of that guy, and they all went through shit. They either died or are left with some very lasting freaking scars. But yeah, Cora Julia is someone that I actually didn't think we're gonna actually see. I thought maybe along the story after she started being mentioned we're gonna learn about what happened to her, but actually seeing her, even though she is like an echo of herself, still was super wild to see happen. But nice to get closure on that at least. Brandt, oh my god, the poor guy. Again, like I said, I was shocked that they actually did a face reveal for the guy after everything was said and done, and seeing his face, even seeing if you look closely, he has like scars on his left cheek from battle and stuff like that. But damn, his face is not something I expected to see through this whole story. Then Fremont. What else to say? That guy is fabulous as hell. I love him. His snark is amazing. Like we discussed before in the comments as well. Holy shit, I want to see more of this guy. I'm kind of happy that he didn't get stuck in the goddamn void on the other side. On top of it, also he killed a he killed a what now? At some point in his life. Okay, good for you, buddy. Damn. Also, oh my god, seeing a young version of Fremont? The hell? No beard, smooth face, no wrinkles? The hell? That was not on my bingo card, but Jesus. I still prefer the beard one. The beard one has more snark to it. But yeah, anyway, that was out of the blue. And speaking of liches, now this is a point I need to touch upon a bit of the main story, but not to spoil any plot points, but just to say Ermengarde is an NPC from the main story of Arknights, from the MSQ. Not gonna say what role she plays over there, but she does appear in a lot of the story, and at one point she only got teased slightly, and I do... Oh! very slight extra bonus info here. Has nothing to do with story or anything. The first time she appeared in the main story, the first time she popped on screen, her sprite got revealed and everything, and her name popped up. From that moment onward, every single time in my handy dandy documents when I do the character splits between operators and just supporting role NPCs, every time I note her name down, it's all caps lock. I do not know why. I blame just her name and that bombastic freaking hat that she wears, because every single time she's in some story, I note her name down, full caps lock, and it's just Ermengarde. But yeah, anyway, fabulous character, wanna see more. Also, I was always wondering what the hell that triangle in her chest was, because there was definitely like a string coming out of it, and I'm quite happy that this story actually answered that question, that that's pretty much what they all are all about. That is their lifeline, essentially. Now I kind of want to see more liches if they are kind of like Ermengarde, where there's like a just triangle shape or different geometrical object shape on them and just like a string going out of it. Kind of curious at this point, because our fabulous snarky boyo, a snarky man, apparently doesn't really have that, and he's dealing with that in another way. After all, he is the court. But yeah, anyway, interesting. The liches are going back to Kazdal, carrying all the knowledge they have. So yeah, let's see what happens there, I guess. Ewige Gnade and Grimmacht. Holy shit. What else to say? I do love that I wasn't gonna say at the beginning of the story, but I kinda had a feeling that towards the end of the story we're gonna learn that Grimmacht is the actual softie, and Ewige Gnade is the actual, for a lack of a better word, bitch of the group. And I don't mean it in the fact of that she left Grimmacht behind, but I mean it in the fact of, yeah, she might not have the best intentions for stuff. there's definitely some, you know, shady shit behind her. She's definitely the more ruthless one. That's the best way to put it. Than Grimmacht. Grimmacht is just a softie. And I do love how she is actually fulfilling the good old role of the biggest, badass looking character is always the teddy bear of the group. If you ever watched any anime or played any JRPGs, if you see the big burly guy in a JRPG group, that guy is probably the biggest softie and the biggest cuddle bear out of the entire group. And that is literally what Grimmacht is. I love the little like flashback into a memory of Michael, where he remembers when he just got to Zwillingstürme, where he's apparently just cuddling her leg as he's falling asleep or some shit, and she's just awkwardly doesn't know what to do with the kid. I love it. I love shit like that. That shit is comedy pure. But yeah. And I do love that at the beginning of the story I was complaining not having any CGs of her splitting that tower into smithereens, and then we get this shit. And then we get this shit towards the end of the story, with the two Empresses together forming a front against the Witch King, and then each one of them individually gets a goddamn bombastic CG by themselves. Oh my god, yes. That was amazing. Love every single bit of that. And our final one, our big one, our big bad one, our big crazy one. The Witch King himself, Otto Dietmar Gustav von Urtica. Holy shit. Again, was not on my bingo card to see neither his old, disheveled self with beard and his young self from back then. Especially the young self I was not expecting to see. Like, oh my god. So much shit in this story. But yeah. That guy's crazy. That's all there is to say. Even the little... I love the little bits where in the story he kinda appears like, oh, maybe he wasn't that bad in the... No, he was ruthless. He was ruthless. Regardless of going crazy or not, he was ruthless. However... I do like what, not just this story, but multiple stories at this point are bringing up, and that is the origin of Originium. The creator of Originium, seeking out the creator of Originium, seeking out the creator in general, and trying to, and that was apparently his goal, trying to find the creator and freaking off the creator. Oh boy, he had some ideas. But yeah, it didn't succeed. He did find some stuff out, but he didn't succeed, and I do wonder where it's gonna lead. Again, I can't really touch upon it because I would spoil some other things, so I'm gonna leave it at that, and there is more speculation to that than anything else, so not gonna dive too much into that. But it definitely links to some other stories, so I can only encourage you all to go and go through the other stories, especially the more fresh ones. Wink wink, nudge nudge. But anyway, story overall was good. I enjoyed it. The beginning was, and I'll agree with that, was a bit slow. Oh, the one thing I saw brought up, and I will agree with that, is so much German. Dude, I can speak German, but holy shit, the pains of recording this story are mostly the pains of me trying to say German words properly. And just to clarify this, yes, I can speak German normally. I haven't used it in a while, but that doesn't matter. I can speak the words normally if I see them in front of me. However, the way I work with languages, doesn't matter which one, I always try to pronounce everything as correctly as possible, if I can. However, if I speak a language fluently, the way I do it in my brain is literally flipping a switch. So every time you see a sentence that I was voicing throughout this story, where there is a couple of words in English and then suddenly German and then back to English, there is a switch flipping in my head to swap my entire brain over in the other language. And then back. That is... that was a pain. Let me tell you that one. So much German in this bitch. Which I personally didn't mind. And as I was thinking when I was recording the first part, oh god, am I gonna include like a lexicon at the end where I'm gonna translate for you guys every single word that was said? But at the end of the day, I decided not to do it, or break the flow of the story up with translating as we go, because there was no point to it. Almost every single thing that was said in German was a name. So I was like, you know what, you guys are gonna just be listening to this, and I'm gonna explain to you as we go that these are just names. Just listen to the names and try and remember them. That's literally all you need to do. But I can understand it from people's point of view that don't speak German and have no knowledge of how to say anything German, digesting this story. I can understand that for you guys it has been a massive pain, so I can only hope that what I was doing here helped. I can only hope that it helped to just bridge over the gap and not think about too much of the German words. Because at the end of the day, like I said, most of them are just names, so it's a name. What else to do here? Obviously they translate to stuff, but you know, not something you kinda, oh god, I need to know what this name translated means. It's kinda trying to figure out the mythology of a name. You don't always need to know that, but it does help in some cases. And the stuff that I did want to point out, I did point out, so there's that. Oh, but yeah, anyway, closing words would be, as a speculation, here is the thing. And this is not just part of this story, but this is a part. This is taking into account multiple stories leading up to this point. We are getting continuously informed that some giant disaster is gonna happen, that it's looming, that it's gonna be soon, and that the world needs to be ready. The world essentially needs to be united. What is the disaster? Is it just one disaster? Is it every single kind of thing happening at once? Is it gonna be the Seaborn rising up? Is it gonna be the demons that we just went through, the collapsals, everything essentially? Is it gonna be so many things at once, or is it just gonna be one central thing coming from one place? That is the big question, and I guess we're gonna see in the future when that happens. Right now, the way everything is presented, I have a dumb feeling, and I'm gonna put my bet down that the next main story arc, is gonna be addressing just that. If so many side stories are slowly unveiling this stuff, unless there's gonna be a big side story for like an anniversary, half anniversary thing, that will just meld every single one of these clues into one story, like something like what Lone Trail did essentially. This story essentially also did a kind of a same thing, but it was a culmination of multiple other stories that had threads going into this one. I do wonder if the next main story arc is actually gonna be that, actually dealing with whatever this global disaster is. Because it's coming, and I guess it's gonna be a big pivotal point in this world's journey into its future. And I do wonder how we're gonna deal with it, what's gonna be happening, and yeah, who we're gonna meet. And yeah, that's all I can say here. That's literally all I can say here that comes to my mind. Right now, head empty. Not much left anymore. But yeah, this would be it for this. Like I said, there's gonna be a bonus part. I'm not gonna be rambling in the bonus part like I did here with the outro, which is already... Oh my god, it's long. Oh god, I just looked at the timer. Oh no. When I started, I can't finish. But yeah, anyway. This will be it there's gonna be a bonus part. We're gonna go over Arturia's operator record together with the investigations, the bonus stuff. I will also include the blind reactions to some stuff that I've seen in there, and you're gonna see that when it comes out over the weekend, probably at the earliest. But until then, I hope you enjoyed the story. Leave me comments, obviously, how you enjoyed the story, and plot points and characters, theories, what you want to see in the future. One final thing I can say is, if Mlinar will be part of the next Leithanien story, searching for the NEARLs, probably together with him is gonna be Toland, and I have already put my chips down on Toland becoming a playable character when we get the next story involving Mlinar and the NEARLs, and I'm just gonna reinvest those chips and say again, I think he's gonna become playable then when that happens, and that he's gonna be either A guard, or B, and this is my bigger speculation, gonna become a specialist. And that's all I can say to that. And I can't wait until he becomes playable. That's all. He's a goofball, and I like him. But yeah, anyway, that's enough of that. Thank you very much, guys, for watching. Leave me comments, like I said, to just so I can see how you guys enjoyed this whole thing, this whole journey, and how you like the characters and their developments, and your own speculations for the future. Yeah, that's all. That's all. I can, after I'm done with the bonus part, I'm gonna sleep a whole week. But yeah, anyway, thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed. Please consider leaving a like on it, on this video, because it would help me out a lot and mean a lot to me as well, of course. And if you're new to the channel, consider subscribing. There is a shit ton more on the channel just to listen through, and more to come, of course. And if you want to support me and my work more directly, there are memberships on the channel, and as always, there will be no video behind a membership. It is literally just there to support me more directly and the work that I do. And yeah, thank you very, very much. Hope you have a fantastic day wherever you are, and I will see you in the next one. Until then, bye bye.